India's definitive media organization and voice in everything AI and technology. Throughout the day today, we are going to be bringing you panels, discussions, conversations on the announcements of the budget, and that too we are doing it live, yes? Because we want to understand what these announcements will have as an impact on the entire ecosystem of AI, technology, deep tech, founders, VCs, GCCs, and whatnot. So, well, I request you, stay tuned to stay abreast with what lies ahead for India and beyond. And if you've just joined in, let me start with giving you the context. If there is one word that has dominated India's policy conversations over the last year, it's this, AI. And yes, I know, technically that's two words, but you get the point. From the parliament to boardrooms, from startups to government ministries, AI and deep tech have become part of how India is now thinking about its future economy. Last year's union budget made that transition very official. The government announced 3 centers of excellence for artificial intelligence and rolled out the India AI mission with a total outlay of over 10,300 crore rupees, covering everything from research and skilling to startup funding and public data sets. Alongside that, it also spoke about exploring a deep tech fund of funds and committed 20,000 crore rupees towards private sector-led research and development and innovation. So on paper, it's one of the most serious and emphatic technology pushes we've ever seen in an Indian budget. But the real report card echoes this. We have missions, programs, and pilot projects. What we don't yet fully have is infrastructure at scale. India's AI compute today still runs largely on private cloud platforms, which means most advanced models are being trained on rented GPUs, not on a sovereign national AI supercomputing system. The deep tech fund of funds announced last year hasn't yet taken shape as a full capital vehicle. And while India now, of course, has over 100,000 registered startups and more than 110 unicorns, well, founders continue to still deal with challenges around ESOP taxation, compliance, and access to long-term domestic capital. Even in semiconductors, where more than $30 billion of investments have been announced across states like Gujarat, Assam, and Tamil Nadu, we're still very much in the build phase. No advanced large-scale fab is fully operational yet. So, well, going into this budget, the story has to move beyond ambition and definitely into execution. And the real question I believe we need to ask is that this budget has to answer. We are still announcing policies, or are we finally building systems? Now, of course, according to Ashwini Vaishnav, the Minister for Electronics and IT, who recently said that India has attracted over $70 billion of investment in AI infrastructure, and the focus now is on scaling real deployments, end quote. Which brings me to a very interesting fact that really puts everything into perspective. The amount of computing power used to train just one cutting-edge AI model today is estimated to be more than what it took to run the entire Indian space program in its first 4 decades, combined that too. So, well, that's how capital-intensive intelligence has actually become. And that's why AI is no longer just software. It has become integral infrastructure. So with strong policy intent, big announcement, but very real gaps in infrastructure and capital, let's now bring in Prabhu Malika Arjunan, who's the head of our editorial team, along with his specialist tech journalist panel, to break down what the industry is expecting from today's budget and whether this is finally the year India moves from vision to execution. Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Prabhu and his team. Over to you, Prabhu.
Thank you, Sudhi, for that wonderful introduction. Today we're going to discuss the budget expectations across industries, from Indian IT to GCC to semiconductors and perhaps robotics and space tech that AIM closely watches. Today I have my team members Sanjana Gupta, who covers deep tech, robotics, semiconductors and space tech specifically. And I have Siddharth Jindal, who covers big tech for us, and Mohit Pandey, who covers Indian IT and GCC. We will also be covering the AI impact in the social sector, considering some of our team members who are not present here who closely watches these sectors. It's a feat in itself. Nirmala Sitharaman is presenting the budget for the 9th consecutive time. This is the highest by any female member, and it's a record in itself. Whether one agrees with the financial prudence of Nirmala Sitharaman or not, one has to agree that a woman leading the finance ministry and presenting the budget for 9th consecutive time is a great achievement. She would, in totality, if we compare, she would beat P. Chidambaram's former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram's record this year, and if she presents next year, she would perhaps kind of match the former Prime Minister P. Morarji Desai's numbers in terms of the budget presentations. So yeah, the expectations high in terms of from the salaried class for some leeway on relaxation in taxes, and the industry is expecting more SOPs on from data centers to training AI models and kind of freebies that they are kind of expecting on the production linked incentive schemes. So let's cut across to our team members who are closely watching this sector. So I will go to Mohit. Mohit, I think in the economic survey, the government kind of highlighted that we are not in the AI race.
Yeah.
What did the government convey through the economic survey?
Okay. Firstly, it's great to have everyone here, and so this is our second budget coverage, and as you can see, our budget has also increased from the last time. So coming to the economic survey part, so basically the government has said that racing to build frontier models is a very expensive game, and we are not going to do that. But even if that sounds like a negative statement, it's actually a good statement as well, because they have decided that we are going to focus on use cases, and we are going to dilute the models and build SLMs for specific use cases like defense, healthcare, and agriculture. So I think it's a good thing, but at the same time, I feel a little sad that we're not building something like GPT, Claude or something, but yeah. I mean, maybe the budget will announce more GPU allocations for the India mission, so maybe we can hope for more.
When OpenAI Sam Altman said the same thing 2 years ago, and the whole ecosystem jumped on him, kind of asking him to apologize, and he did apologize a year later.
Yeah.
But today we are in the same situation where the government is coming out in open in the economic survey report and accepting the same.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Altman also took his statement back 2 years later when OpenAI decided that India is the biggest market. But I mean, it's a lost race. It's sad to say it, but yeah, that's the case.
Right. So will India move from focusing more on the infrastructure part and kind of move towards the adoption front, because that's something that key to the AI companies this year.
Yeah. So I think Siddharth can highlight this more, because we are building a lot of data centers, and all these companies that are coming into India, they also want to focus on keeping the data within the country.
Yeah, so just like Sam Altman took his statement back. So it's mostly because India is a very big market for them. So they're finding good customers, and they're actively hiring in the country as well, go-to markets. So to serve the customers better and with low latency, they need to set up data centers in the nation itself. So we are according to budget survey also, so the capacity is going to increase to 8 gigawatt by 2030. Yeah. So also not to forget, India generates about 20% of world's data, but still only accounts for 3% of world data centers. So in this budget, we are going to see more allocation to our data centers, and from big tech perspective. So last year we saw big investments coming from Microsoft and Google. So like Vizag was the headline. So these companies would expect land incentives. So the example was set by Andhra Pradesh government with this 99 paise land. And similarly, Uttar Pradesh is also giving 50% land incentives for data centers. So we should see some announcements around that in the budget.
So different states are already fighting to give more SOPs to kind of big tech companies, from land to power, everything. So what is specifically the industry is expecting this year? Are there talks about compute challenges being addressed? So what is happening on that front? Because last year, I think India mission, though the funds were allocated, the compute remained a challenge, and perhaps from startups to big techs, that is something that the industry is looking for. Can you put across what the industry?
Yeah, so I'll say like we are totally dependent on Nvidia right now for GPUs. So unlike China, we don't have Huawei right now. Statements are being made by our union minister that we'll start building GPUs in the country, but right now it seems impossible. So, and Nvidia doesn't just simply give out GPUs. So they have the elite partner program. So currently, I think Yota is one of them. So most of the demands of GPUs is taken care by companies like Yota, NESA, and recently NextGen also made an announcement with Dell, where they'll set up a largest AI factory in India. Yeah.
I think in terms of GPUs, even when looking at semiconductor companies talking about GPUs, the conversation is more around reducing GPU duties and not more around like indigenous GPUs.
Correct. So that would kind of contradict with the government's kind of whole AI India mission and kind of make in India or Bharat, make in India and then build for the world, right? So how does that align with it? What is the industry thinking? Are we still okay with imports?
I think from the industry perspective, imports is not something that's viewed as something that's contradicting to building indigenously. So imports is something that remains as a part. But from most industries looking at semiconductors to space, everyone's requesting for more of like lesser import duties and looking at ESOP taxes. I think that's something that everybody wants to be lowered down, because I think as much as we talk about indigeneity, that's not coming into play on a 100% level. So.
Yeah, I mean, from a geopolitical standpoint, the government is also kind of having hard negotiations with the US while also trying to keep China away from the whole ecosystem so that we can compete with China. But in reality, where do we stand?
I think in reality, if you look at it, China did get away for some time. I think there were so much duties against them, and they were for the longest time relying on their in-house companies for chips, GPUs, and moving away from Nvidia. But I think we all have to face the reality. Nvidia is the biggest company, and everybody has to rely on them. So
I think one of a very nice article that our colleague Supreet wrote was the biggest threat to India emission is the hardware part, because the sovereignty, as you're saying, made in India.
Yeah.
So I think even apart from Nvidia, Intel and AMD are also partnering, but that still goes back to the same thing. Is it actually made in India, or is just importing, as Sanjana is talking about?
So, I mean, will sovereign AI not be a game changer for India? Does the industry still expect to build the sovereign AI model?
I think for now we'll just focus on software part of the sovereign AI. The hardware part, I think, will take at least 3
I think hardware
3 to
part
5
has
years.
multiple layers as well, because when you talk about sovereignty, to what extent are you going into sovereignty? Like, are we going to the core materials? If we are, then where are these materials available in the world? Like, depends on how deep you are going in sovereignty to look at how indigenous hardware
Even
is.
if we take the case of our digital public infrastructure like UPI and Aadhaar, so they are also built on AWS and other private clouds only. So we cannot call them also, not call them sovereign. so same is the case with AI. So we'll be looking forward to how are we going to serve the masses with our own DPI and other infrastructures.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember, the government increased the GPU access from 34,000 to it perhaps moved to 38,000, and many of the startups were complaining that they still haven't got the GPU access. Or another concern is that they run out of compute capacity before even they start building something. So how is the government addressing this, or is the industry expecting to address this challenge?
So yeah, according to like some of the reports and sources, like 15K more GPUs are expected to come to India. So that should temporarily solve the problem, but it's a like temporary solution. Like we need a.
I think just this week itself, Ashwini Vaishnav again said that they have how much?
70 billion investment.
70 billion investment they've again secured ahead of the Impact Summit.
Right. Okay, let's cut across to, I'll perhaps move to the GCC aspect of it and then come back to the, big tech again. The global capability centers have been a buzzword. Last year, much of, the buzzword or kind of the talk was that how are they going to collaborate with the Indian IT?
Yeah.
What are the SOPs that they're getting in terms of setting up the GCC and all? So what is the industry expecting this year?
I think the biggest expectation, so these are not my inputs, these are our colleague again,
That's
CP
okay.
Bala.
Closely watch the sector. It's absolutely fine to have your
If I say anything wrong, go to Bala, not me. So the biggest thing that when it comes to Indian IT, the firms are saying that we want some clarity on the taxation part. So I'll give you an example. So all these, Infosys has partnered with Cognition. All these IT firms are partnering with some of the Western firms, right? The biggest issue right now is if these services they are offering in India and Infosys offers these services in the West, how do you tax this? So there's some clause about if you earn more than 2 crore because of these capabilities and the number of people who are using it is more than 3 lakh, then you have to pay tax again. Right? That's called significant economic presence, the SEP rule. So I think that is something that Indian IT is looking for more clarity. Do we have to pay the tax again and again? Because we're already paying for the royalty and the services.
Right. You spoke of the the Devon collaboration. That kind of brings me to the aspect of job losses, which is very imminent. Considering what we are seeing from the big techs across the globe, and perhaps the Indian IT is shying away from not mentioning it.
Yeah.
What are we? I mean, are we looking at addressing this challenge? What is the Indian IT expecting on this front?
I think last week, Sudhi and me also discussed this topic when Amazon laid off 16,000 people. And because of this Devin partnership and Cursor partnership that all these firms are doing, I think it's obvious that there are going to be more layoffs. I think TCS is one of the biggest examples. They laid off some 25,000 people in the last 9 months. And because of that, Indian IT as a whole has only added 17 net employees. So even though Infosys, Wipro, HCL Tech added employees, whole as an industry they didn't grow. And now with AI, I think that's going to get even worse.
Right. I remember, I think the economic survey kind of even pointed out this and sort of compared it with the 2008 kind of crash. Can you detail a bit more on this?
So they said that because we are going to invest so much in AI, I think there's a 10 to 20% chance, that is what the economic survey said, that there might be a financial crisis like the 2008 housing market kind of a financial crisis. And that is going to be focused completely on India. So something like that, if it happens in India, that's going to make a huge impact globally as well when it comes to services companies.
Right. I think that brings the focus on kind of incentivizing the learning aspect and the knowledge processing. One of the challenges that we see across industries, right, whether it is big tech, startup ecosystem, or particularly the deep tech or the space ecosystem, training and kind of the knowledge gap between the industry and the academia is something that it's been a long pending thing.
Yeah.
So what are the expectations from across industries in terms of bridging that gap?
I think, as we all know, that most of the colleges in India, even if you go into the computer science field or IT field, they don't teach much of what is being done in the industry. And now with AI, that gap has even increased more. No one tells you how to use Cursor, how to use Lovable, and those are the biggest skills that are required right now. So I think it's a high time that all these colleges improve their curriculum and how they are teaching it to freshers to get new jobs. And when it comes to the space industry, I'm not sure.
I think in terms of the deep tech industry as well, people in the industry are talking about instilling this knowledge right from not even college, but from like a high school education, and not like in terms of complex, teaching quantum algorithms, but just introducing the concept of quantum, because deep technologies are something new and they're not fully mature and they're still upcoming. So people, like kids in school, need to know that these are career options that they can delve into, and then maybe possibly go pursue that in college. And then again, at the college level, it needs to come back again. And one example being how QPI, the quantum startup in Bengaluru, partnered with IIIT Dharwad, and they're setting up like a quantum computer, an entire quantum lab there, so which is a tier 2 city to look at that way. So that kind of collaboration is required more in the industry from all sectors, from space, moving beyond ISRO to private, and a lot more.
I think one of the...
I'd like to add on here, so I think when people talk about job losses and AI in the same breath, this is my personal opinion, I think this is a problem, so AI is going to create new opportunities. Like right now, we are saying that education institutes and colleges should take a step ahead. But at the same time, I think it's high time for these younger folks to be aware of the technologies which is present around them. So there are new kind of jobs coming up, like front-end engineer, agent orchestrator. No one is going to take away their jobs. Like people at GCCs, Indian IT, like all these companies actually need people who can get their hands dirty with these tools. So like similar things happening in West when we see like tools like CloudBot or like Moldbot coming up. Like no one asked them to build that. They just played around with different tools and built that for the community.
I hear you, but the fact is, see, AI is doing much more than what human capabilities are today, and you know that is where the fear of job loss still persists. Now, I mean, who is concentrating on upskilling, right? Whether is the industry focused on upskilling, or the academia focused on, or is the government doing it? Because if you look at the recent CAG report, right, the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal, Vikas Yojana. There were so many lapses in the government scheme. It said that initially you get upskilled, you get certified and get a job. But there were lapses in terms of who they were training, how they were training, whether the fund allocation did it go right or not. So the government intent might be right, but it's not being delivered. So
and I think by academia we mean that the point remains that teaching AI in schools is still not teaching. It still remains at a level where that, like if you use AI you will fail, or like they're doing AI tests to see if you've written using AI. But instead they should be taught how to use AI in the right way, because when you come into the industry you're going to have to use it, and then people are going to say that you're not upskilled enough. So the schools need to teach you how to use AI, not just be like,
I think we are in the early stages from like big tech companies right now. Just 2 days ago we saw how Gemini is going to help students to how to prepare for JEE and SAT exams as well. So I think we'll see a gradual inclusion of AI tools in school curriculum as well.
Right, I think I remember NIIT coming up and saying that much of the courses in India today are kind of taxed under the 18% GST bracket, and that kind of takes away as to the accessibility of some of these courses. Perhaps if the government moves that to 5% tax bracket, it would kind of cut down the cost and then kind of reduce the burden on the students or the kind of learning community. So that's where we are heading, and if you can talk about what perhaps companies like TeamLease is expecting on the whole learning ecosystem.
Learning ecosystem, I think I didn't speak to team. Okay, so the point. So basically, upskilling part, I think we'll have to look into the budget, how they are going to announce it, because I think every year we keep talking about how we're going to add more funds to upskill people, but the ground impact of that is never visible a year after that. So now, I think last year also we announced a lot of upskilling initiative. I don't know what happened to that. So I'll be looking forward to the budget too.
I think even in semiconductors there were a lot of upskilling, semiconductor space especially, a lot of upskilling things announced, but I don't know what has happened to that.
Well, talking of space, so there was so much buzz around building data centers in space.
Yes.
So since he was talking about jobs for data center companies from power to kind of land, what's happening on the space?
So, as a global perspective, data centers in space is something that's becoming quite more of a popular concept now, and a lot of companies are building into that. But looking at India, there have been recent reports around ISRO testing out this technology and hoping to build data centers in space. And I would say there is a sort of logic to that, because when you look at temperature or like just solar powered data centers, it's a lot easier to build that, keep that running in space than on land, and a lot more sustainable. So I think the only gap here remains is how to have that infrastructure in space, and that is what I think most startups are pushing towards, because we do have startups working for data centers in space, like Take Me to Space in India, and most startups are pushing towards sort of more fund allocation for space infrastructure, which is something which is actively required.
Is the government also, is the industry expecting the government to build that infrastructure, or kind of let the private players enter the segment?
No, it's more from the perspective of moving away from just the, go to regular organizations like ISRO and NSIL, to moving towards a private ecosystem, moving away from L1 tenders and more, and allocating in terms of lesser taxes and like more funding for initiatives like space refueling, docking, and even like debris removal. So that all contributes towards building a space ecosystem.
But What is the
Yeah, I have a point. So the whole debate around data centers come to one key point is which is energy. So like companies are exploring renewable energies. So on Earth we have like solar, wind, hydro. So economic budget survey also mentioned that like currently 49% of energy is renewable in India. And this budget, like the big tech companies are also expecting there will be some reduction or like tax incentives for on renewable energy. So it says that for renewable devices it has been reduced from 12% to 5% as of now. And so like the space exploration also began because of that, like there will be infinite solar energy in space.
Right.
Yeah.
There was also something about the nuclear energy part. of
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, so I want to talk about that. So, when, I mean, if you look at US, right, the development is more towards moving for nuclear. But in India, we are talking about going solar. How is that shaping out, and what is?
No, India is also going nuclear. So if in December Shanti bill was passed, where like private players will be able to come into the market. So it's kind of in the
think
process
it
of
also,
decentralization right now.
Depends when looking on geography, right? Like what country is focusing on what kind of energy also depends on geography. It makes more sense for India to focus on solar and for US to focus on nuclear in terms of geographical locations.
So, what SOBs is the industry expecting on the solar front? Is there more kind of tax benefit are they expecting?
Yeah, so budget already says there's been reduction in GST, like I mentioned, like from 12% to 5%. I'm not sure like will it decrease more in the upcoming budget. But like I feel the nuclear energy space is very exciting for India. Like this, like how like private space startups are changing the landscape for India. I would expect a similar thing to happen for nuclear sector as well, where like new startups will emerge for both fusion and fission. If we like Sam Altman himself is invested in nuclear startups. Yeah.
I mean, talking of new startups emerging, I think one of the concerns that's been constantly raised in the industry across that we see is the ease of doing business is still not that easy in India. So, Sanjana, can you throw light if you've heard from space tech companies or semiconductor companies?
I think more in terms of, I would say, space companies and robotics companies is what I've heard in terms of ease of doing business. I think the biggest challenge they have faced is like GSTs and import duties, which is something that they bring out very actively to get that reduced. In terms of space and robotics as well, majority of the components are imported. Smaller things like sensors, cameras, which are still not like made indigenously in India. And I think Keynes is one of the companies that are trying to indigenize that at the moment. But those components get imported and they have very heavy duties. And these are startups, right? They don't have enough funding to, have the liberty to let the component go to waste or let it break and then import it again. So I think faster clearance duties and easier GST codes is something that's a requirement from the industry as a whole from the union budget.
Right. Talking of that,
well, thank you so much, Prabhu, and the entire panel for all of your insights. And now, of course, it's time to cut live to the budget. And well, let's see all of the discussions that they have just had and you've heard, will they come to fruition?
Item number 2.
Well, thank you so much, Prabhu, and the entire panel for.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025, with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research, and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for Self-Reliance in Natural Fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers, and new-age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation, and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, one district, one product ODOP initiative, and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a 3-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT-MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the portfolio investment scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology, and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training, and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges, and research institutions, skill centers, and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, 1 girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy, via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka, and Kerala. And 3 bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakigadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent, which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers, which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A. A credit-linked subsidy program, B. Scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains, and D. Encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She-Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises, self-help entrepreneur, she, marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya. I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given battery energy storage system. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0. Propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Viksit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant, and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit, or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans, and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
Item number 3, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Item number 2, sir.
3.
3. Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy, fiscal policy strategy statement, and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है. माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है. बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है. सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी
1,700 GCCs. Yes, that's the present footprint in India of the global population of GCCs. .9 million people are gainfully employed in these global capability centers. $64.6 billion was generated in the fiscal year 2024. But the big target, that's 2030. 2,200 GCCs is what India wants to notch up to, employing more than 2.8 million people.
I wrote in my book that failures were in bold font for me and success was like default.
If you really want to control the narrative of life, you can do no wrong.
The people who focus on success and, sort of brush away failure, like a Virat Kohli is a great example.
MachineCon is doing a great job in bringing the GCC ecosystem together.
So you're adding a lot of value to the GCC ecosystem.
Oh, I had to take a beat and sit down to make sense of this amazing roller coaster ride that we've had at MachineCon 2025. We will catch you again at the next MachineCon. Budget special on the AIM network, and to take a leaf out of the finance minister's speech, we are doing our kartavya here on the AIM network to bring you all the insights, yes, the discussions and the deep dives in our ecosystem of AI, technology, GCCs, MSMEs and whatnot. And of course, there have been some very interesting announcements which have been made till now. We of course would like to give you a slight recap and bring you up to speed from what has actually happened since the last budget to what the finance minister has gone on to say now. And of course, we will be taking you through all of that. And then, of course, we will be bringing you the highlight package of the finance minister making these announcements as she did in real time. And then, of course, I will be joined by Prabhu, our editorial head, and he and I will be trying to dissect what was actually said and what is between the lines. But of course, let's start with the fact that let me set the context for you. So 2026, the union budget, the government has definitely done one thing, which is that it has signaled a structural shift. It is making sure that digital adoption is now becoming digital sovereignty. It's putting very hard money behind semiconductors, AI, cloud infrastructure, deep tech, and the expansion of India's digital economy beyond the metros, which I believe is a very important initiative. But I feel semiconductors is where the future is at. We have, of course, always discussed that here on FrontPage. So let's take a look. Let's take a peek into what has happened from the previous budget announcement to what the finance minister has gone on to say and announced. The then versus now. Last time around, India's semiconductor push was focused mainly on attracting fabs through incentives under the India Semiconductor Mission 1.0. Of course, there was a big sense of a confidence boost as far as the build-up of capabilities was concerned, the way the ecosystem embraced this particular announcement. And on the back of that, this year, the government has actually launched India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 with a fresh outlay, which I believe is a big shot in the arm, of 40,000 crore rupees. It's expanding the scope from just manufacturing to the entire value chain, including chip design, testing, packaging, and logistics. Of course, what we feel here at the AIM network is that with this particular outlay and announcement, India is no longer courting chip makers globally. It is definitely pushing very hard and confidently to become one in its own right. Then, of course, we have to obviously talk about artificial intelligence. The finance minister did allude to the impact of artificial intelligence that it has had on the ecosystem. Obviously, it has been a very forward-looking impact. But my little takeaway was the fact that there was not enough time spent to dig deep as far as the AI ecosystem was concerned. Of course, there was definitely an announcement and an approval for the India AI mission, which was 10,300 crore rupees. And it has now been positioned as a national digital infrastructure with a focus on building AI compute capacity, indigenous models, and large-scale public sector AI platforms. Of course, this was also a new initiative which was announced, which is the Bharat Vistar Sectoral AI. It is a multilingual AI platform integrating the agri-stack portals and ICAR knowledge systems aimed at providing real-time, customized advisory to farmers, which is extremely crucial, and of course improving agricultural productivity through AI. Clearly talking about the kind of impact that AI is having, and it has permeated pretty much every institution, every sector, every aspect of our lives. And of course, Prabhu and I will be discussing that why is it that the finance ministers did not really spend so much time on the ecosystem of AI. Anyway, that being said, what I feel is that this is the first time AI is being treated as national farm infrastructure, which is a brilliant thing to happen. Then of course, data centers, cloud, and the global tech capital aspect. We of course at FrontPage have extensively forever covered GCCs and how India is trying to make a huge mark globally as far as that is concerned. But the point being that to position India as a global digital hub, the government has announced a tax holiday till 2027 for foreign cloud companies using India data centers, a 15% safe harbor regime for related cloud services, and a low effective tax framework for component warehousing and electronic manufacturing. Of course, in addition, global experts working in India will get 5-year tax exemptions on overseas income, and non-residents supplying tooling and capital goods. Of course, this is as far as that announcement was concerned. For the rest of the announcements, I will of course throw it to the finance minister herself. Over to you, ma'am.
Cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund, set up in 2021, with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology-driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology, and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. Cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund, set up in 2021, with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology-driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education...
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the budget special on the AIM Network, India's definitive media organization and voice on everything AI and technology. Thank you so much, ma'am, for those very amazing announcements that you have made and gracing us in that highlights package. And gracing us today in the studio is our editorial head, Prabhu. Welcome to the show, Prabhu.
Thank you very much.
There was, of course, it was a very forward-looking budget that we were talking about. There have been some fabulous impactful announcements which have been made. But first and foremost, I would like to ask you, I believe the year 2047 looks very good.
I think over the years, the finance ministry or this particular regime has tried to shy away from presenting the budget for the current year and then present for the next 5 years, or calling it a Viksit Bharat and up to 2047, sure, which kind of deviates from the allocations. We are all perplexed as to what is for this year. Right. Did you give the numbers for this year? I mean, not much of numbers were spelled out. It was more on the optics than the numbers that came out.
Which I believe, yes. I mean, the kartavya was definitely, there was a lot of kartavya which was
of course
on
making
display.
Us work on a Sunday.
Yeah. No, but let's start with the AI aspect. One thing that genuinely stood out to me, Prabhu, of course, there was a celebration of the fact that AI, the kind of impact that it has made, the fact that forward-looking, it is going to be something which is very integral to everything. But the finance minister did not really spend too much time, again, going back to what you said, in terms of the sheer numbers as far as the AI ecosystem is concerned.
Right. I think emphasis was laid on the IT sector, the GCCs, the cloud ecosystem. However, AI has been a dampener because not much numbers came out. While last year 10,300 crore was allocated and people were expecting the infrastructure push this year, particularly to address the compute challenges that India was facing, we saw no mention of that, and I think that is going to be a big challenge, right?
But why do you think that is? Because on the one hand, the finance minister is saying that wait a minute, it will be impacting agriculture, it will be impacting various other ecosystems. But why not put numbers to it? It's just a clubbing of the India AI mission and other organizations, which is what she had mentioned very clearly.
But even then, there was no number attached to it. So it again is like putting things all under one umbrella. But how much money did you allocate? For where does the infrastructure go? What are the SOPs are you giving? What are the benefits that you're giving for the ecosystem? All that is not spelled out. Maybe the fine print will have those details, but we still have to wait and watch.
But do you feel moving forward that probably, I don't know, augurs well for the industry? Do you feel that it gives them a bolster as far as confidence is concerned, or it just leaves grey areas?
There are quite a lot of grey areas. I mean, if you look at from the startup ecosystem, like I said, from compute to kind of SOPs for the data centers, all that needs to be addressed, and that is where perhaps the states were also looking for some clarity on this. The ecosystem was looking for clarity on the regulation. There was no mention of it. I mean, we talked about the AI training models and whether to how do we train, kind of commercializing all that, and nothing came out in the budget speech. So I think these grey areas leave kind of uncertainty towards the whole AI startup ecosystem.
So tell me this, if we, let's say for example, start with one thing that definitely was a highlight for me, Prabhu, was the semiconductor mission.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a shot in the arm.
Right.
The fact that the first one, the last year, the announcement, to what it was today.
Yeah, so I mean, the finance minister said that the electronic component manufacturing scheme, which was launched last year, the outlay increased from 22,919 crore to 40,000 crore.
Yeah.
I think that's a good number. However, if we look at the fine details, right, we still are struggling to kind of produce on the fabs. I mean, we don't have that. Probably the finer details on how many fabs are going to come up, where are the allocations going, that would have helped. I think on the semiconductor front, she also spoke on the PLI schemes. I think that's kind of taking a good note. So that is on a positive front. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there was no. Do you feel that there should have been a slight elaboration on the fact that, all right, with the previous semiconductor mission to now, there has been a certain amount of a confidence build up, although yes, as you mentioned, there is no fab which is fully functional. But do you feel that you could sense from what the finance minister said that today we are trying to become more sovereign and not attract chip makers?
I think I could sense more on the political front as to what they were trying to appease. If you look at the semiconductor specific, right? She spoke of rare earth kind of mining
for Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu.
Of this, Odisha is going for elections, Kerala is going for elections, Tamil Nadu is going for elections, and all this seems to be like a election announcement. West Bengal got quite a few benefits than what AI infrastructure she spoke of.
True.
So I think that's where the message is. Not did we have anything on the income tax changes. So I think the government is clear in terms of delivering what it means for the political class rather than delivering what the industry wanted.
So it was a veneering more of a sort, do you feel? It was just a veneered sort of an announcement saying that, all right, wait a minute. But when you scratch the surface,
right,
that is where it kind of gets a little more alarming, because we need for sure, Prabhu, to have a very strong design as far as semiconductors is concerned, because it's finally boiling down to very critical areas of defense, of banking, etc., all of that, which are national security aspects.
Like we discussed with our editorial team in the morning, there was every sector was expecting much more than what the finance minister announced. So I think this kind of dampens the whole spirit for the AI ecosystem, and I mean even the startup ecosystem for that matter. So,
what do you feel could be the allocation as far as this 40,000 crores is concerned? I want to stick to the semiconductor mission for now, and then we'll of course move on to the other factors.
Right, I think it helps India when we look at competing with China and kind of giving the Make in India initiative a big push, that it certainly has a good effect on it.
Sure.
So the electronic component manufacturing will certainly get a benefit. Perhaps a lot of mobile manufacturing companies would want to set up factories in India, and that will have lasting impact.
Sure. But of course, for all our viewers, we need to obviously also tell them that this is one particular sector, Prabhu, which takes a long time.
Correct.
Right? So it's not like this announcement has been made and suddenly magically we'll be able to crack the 3nm chip or so on and so forth. So would you feel that this kind of fillip to the fund corpus is something which will help?
We are not there yet when we compare to the US or China.
That's what I want you to talk about.
But at the same time, considering what the government has done in the past decade, I think this push is certainly a positive approach. From 22 to 40 is a big number.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fair amount what the MSMEs would have asked for. I think that's in the right direction.
But one thing which of course with this announcement, as you had mentioned, Prabhu, regarding the states and the rare mineral aspect and well, they're not being really political announcements. but the fact that with this kind of corpus, there is this underlying tone which I felt throughout all the announcements,
Right.
which was the push for the tier 2 and the tier 3. We of course will deep dive into that aspect. But do you feel that also tends to bring a flavor into the semiconductor mission?
I mean, it's not just with the semiconductor, right? Particularly
Yeah.
for the GCC and the cloud infrastructure. I think government has realized that tier 2, tier 3 cities are a way forward.
Yeah.
From the data center point, I think they have given a push for that. I think that again kind of helps the ecosystem because we are seeing talent moving from tier 1 and to tier 2 and tier 3. A lot of data centers are coming up in tier 2, tier 3, as our reporters have constantly been tracking that segment and reporting it. So, I mean, there is a good push on that.
When you had mentioned about the semiconductor bit, that it is seems to be a good initiative as far as China and US is concerned. Do you feel that the first thing, this is what my personal thought is, Prabhu, that I think first and foremost our thrust and focus should be on reducing the dependency as far as global manufacturers are concerned or component suppliers are concerned, etc. Do you feel that could be something where we are heading in a direction with this?
Certainly not. If
No.
that is the case,
Okay.
if you have to reduce dependency, you would have increased the taxes on imports. But not much came in. In fact, we kind of liberalized on the imports, which means that you are allowing imports to come in from other countries at a cheaper rate than it was before. So that is going to again impact the whole Make in India concept. So you are double speaking, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
On
I
one hand,
absolutely agree there.
you say that Make in India and then we want to build the AI infrastructure. On the other hand, you are not kind of taxing those coming from other countries.
So at the end of it all, I mean, what I could probably take away from what you just mentioned, it's like going 3 steps ahead and coming 4 steps behind.
Absolutely.
That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
So it's just one of those announcements which have been made as a clarion call.
Right.
What is that one announcement that, okay, fair enough. I mean, we are of course hoping that the Semiconductor Mission 2.0 does tend to come into its own in its new avatar with this particular funding increase, as Prabhu had just mentioned. It seems, well, a little more political than anything else, and the fact that it is not addressing the larger areas and the ecosystem as it should have.
Right. What stands out for me is the safe harbor eligibility threshold for the IT sector. I think the finance minister said the allocation raised from 300 crores to 2,000 crores. That is something prominent because it is going to help mid-sized IT companies and perhaps GCCs even. So that is in the right direction. I think considering what's happening in the IT sector, with job losses and kind of revenue crunch that's happening, with deals not being striked much, the longer deals, this is in a positive direction. So
very quickly, I want to allude to something which I believe when last time Mohit and I were having a conversation, and we both kind of agreed on this, that somewhere there has to be a pivot.
Right.
As far as the IT sector is concerned, from we need to go away from services and start to really concentrate as far as products is concerned. Do you think with this sort of an initiative, or for that matter, was there even a thought as far as any of the announcements are concerned to maybe bolster that particular thought moving forward?
Yeah, I
there
think
is a huge, I was trying to bring your attention to that.
Yeah, I think the finance minister spoke of
MSMEs.
Correct. So quite a lot of push was given to MSMEs, and
12.2 lakh, I believe.
I think the tax, how much she gave for the cloud infrastructure, right? Tax holidays still, we are still looking at whether it's 2047 or 2027.
Year, 2047.
So, yeah. So, I mean, that's a good ecosystem, right? Considering that a lot of companies today, whether it is the AI ecosystem or the IT companies venturing towards the cloud infrastructure, that tax holiday is going to be helpful for the whole AI infrastructure. So,
but coming back to, of course, now as you mentioned that was a good thing, that was a highlight as far as especially given the rather dampened atmosphere as far as job losses and everything is concerned. What do you feel, Prabhu, would be the way the companies would react to this particular announcement moving forward? Do you think there might be some policy changes?
I think the IT cloud GCCs will certainly be happy with what the government has announced. There is also clarity in terms of, I think, on the FEMA regulations, he kind of liberalized on that. So that is going to be, again, another positive move. And this again, see, we have seen several tax liability cases against some of the companies. So this kind of, that 15% taxation that he spoke about will give some clarity for some of the IT companies.
So that means that at some level or the other, you see that being
there is some positivity,
certain positive upgrade as far as that is concerned.
I totally
now agree. I genuinely want to deep dive with you as far as the tier 2 and the tier 3 city push is concerned, because there have been announcements as far as education is concerned, it being really given a big important aspect, new institutions being integrated, and that brings a smile to your face, which of course makes me very curious. What do you have to say about that?
No, well, more than EdTech, I think I was curious that the government focused much on healthcare this time. Considering our budgetary allocations to the GDP on the healthcare is less compared to even our neighboring countries. This was some good announcements, including from cancer research to kind of giving a lot more benefits to the health sector. So that is on one side.
Health tourism as well was mentioned in a big way.
Yeah, I know you're going to touch upon this aspect. She announced something on the trekking, kind of opening new routes.
Well, just for everyone, I have to, of course, bring you up to speed. Prabhu here himself is somebody who just doesn't trek through life, but he also does it as a passionate hobby.
Thank you.
He's just come back from the Himalayas.
Thank you.
He was wishing, of course, this announcement would have been made before he made that trip.
Well, I have a different take on it. See, the kind of government said we are opening up new routes. We'll develop ecological, sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Jammu and Kashmir, Araku Valley. All these are known trails. What are you opening up? Right? I mean, there is already increased tourism in these places. When we visit all these places, there are already exploitation. You might have seen in the last 1 month how the snow tourism kind of killed kind of the ecosystem in Himachal, particularly in Shimla. We saw the infrastructure collapsing. We saw a long line of the traffic, people misbehaving, tourists misbehaving. Why not fix the issue rather than opening up new routes? We have enough routes. There are enough travelers. There are enough guides. Regularize the trekking guides rather than giving them more training. I think the government also said upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourists.
Come to that,
yeah, so it is not about upskilling them, but after upskilling, where do they land the job, right? So is the government creating that infrastructure to absorb them in the forest department?
It's a beautiful point that you've just made, Prabhu. I think that just cuts across every sector, no? It is just one of those things that, all right, wait a minute, man, I'm giving you the most beautiful foundation and the platform, educate yourself, etc. And then post that, they're like, we did our job, now it's up to you.
Yeah,
figure out life.
Precisely the point. I think the government also spoke, I don't remember the exact details. The fine tune is, she said something on content creation hub being created, right? Now, yes, of course, content creators are creating a separate economy and it's creating more jobs.
AVGC.
No, that's more on the gaming part, gaming and aviation.
100 crores, I believe.
Yeah, so there was a separate announcement on the content creator hub.
Yes,
I think that is fine in all fine print, but you are looking at digital. But what happens to the upskilling part that you are talking about? I mean, where are we? Again, not everybody is into the content creation game, right? Is the government directly telling that, look, if you don't have a job, get into content creation. Is that what your message is? Or is it that get upskilled, get trained, get into the sectors that's creating jobs in the IT, AI
what
sector?
doesn't help, to be honest, Prabhu, with, for example, a Perplexity, or for example, a ChatGPT or a Gemini, etc. Making subscriptions free, giving out pro tools, things like that. So that really honestly doesn't help as well, in a way that you are distracted by so much of choice that is in front of you to actually take that easy path and move away. Is that what you're also trying to get at?
Yeah, see,
From the content creation point of view. If you know
No,
what I mean.
I kind of differ on that. See, from content creation part, it's mostly I'm focusing on what the government interests on the job creation is, right? So it is focused on the digital economy, yes, but much of tier 2, tier 3 is not on the digital front in terms of content creation part. So I think that's where the focus needs to be. And when you know that the AI infrastructure is crippled, and when you know that the talent there is shortage of talent, that needs to have been addressed. I mean, that challenge is what happens to the academia industry collaboration. Sure. We should have talked about that. I think there was specific mention of upskilling on the.
No, there was no. I don't know if there was a specific mention of it, but there was nothing addressing the fact that the youth of today, for that matter, or for the people who are coming into the industry as far as tech and AI is concerned.
Yeah, I think she announced academic zones for multiple universities and colleges, and kind of gave a push for the STEM ecosystem, particularly pushing women in STEM. So
yeah, and opening hostels per area for women, specifically.
Every district, I suppose.
Every district.
So that's again a good move where it will help women workers to kind of thrive in the STEM ecosystem, where we see currently, I think it's about roughly 17 to 22% of women in STEM. So.
Right. So fair. I mean, that's a good one. But what I would like to also hark back to again is this bit about the upskilling bit. The upskilling bit is nice in terms of an announcement, Prabhu, but it's not funneling through to the end goal of it, and that's at least what I could gather.
Precisely. One of the challenges is today, if we look at the AI infrastructure, right? Technology is changing every alternative month, and we have new models coming in every now and then. Now, when that change is happening, the industry is expecting the kind of people coming into the industry to be much more skilled. Now, how are the academic institutions upskilling? Where are the AI training centers? Did we talk about having AI in school level? Did we talk about addressing those?
On that,
yeah. So these are the things perhaps could have helped the ecosystem in the long run.
Yeah.
So these, we are not talking about upskilling purely for the sake of AI now. I mean, if you have to prepare your students for the coming generation, then we need to talk about
for
having them in schools.
Together. Yes, you're right. But yes, you're right, there was no announcement made. Maybe they're going to stick to the earlier announcement in terms of the curriculum as far as AI is concerned. There is no upgradation of that as such. Or
I think we need to get into the fine print to probably
explore that aspect. A little more about healthcare though. I want you to shed more light on that, Prabhu. Do you feel that with the announcement that were made this time around, healthcare specifically from the tech and the AI lens,
right?
Do you think that tends to get a slight upgrade of sorts with these announcements?
Yeah, I think the Bio-Farm Shakti, that outlay was about 10,000 crore for the next 5 years. I think it's a good move. It will kind of give a push for some of the companies which are using AI in the medical research and all of that. So that is on a positive front, and the ecosystem will thrive on kind of domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. So yeah.
And I don't know, but correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if the mother of all deals as far as Europe and India is concerned, will that obviously, I feel, will have an impact coming from the fact that 27.5% used to be the initial import tax as far as medicines and equipment and technology, etc. was concerned, has been brought down to 0. So do you feel that also will play a significant role?
Well, that's where, like I said before, the doublespeak of this government is very evident, right? I mean, you will have to see through the fine details. On one side, they keep saying that we will manufacture in India and produce for the produce for the global ecosystem. But again, you are liberalizing on all these taxes, succumbing to the geopolitical pressure. Of course, the government might have done well on the US trade deals, but the Europe trade deals, all that is kind of pushing manufacturing in India to a back front. So.
Okay, because of a certain amount of paucity as far as the time is concerned, Prabhu, I would like for you to bring your experience and your astuteness to the table, if you will. I would like for you to maybe give us and the viewers an overall summary in terms of, let's say, pointers or bullet points that you had as takeaways.
Right.
Of course, I would like for you to add on the entire sports ecosystem as well, which don't get me started on that.
You should. I mean, before I start, I think you should throw light on the sports ecosystem. Particularly, I was
Honestly,
interested.
I find it to be very, if you ask me, that I just find it ludicrous that there is a huge thrust as far as manufacturing of goods and sports in India is concerned, which is a great thing, right? It's a big shot in the arm as far as the manufacturing is concerned, job creation, all those factors. But what sports are they going to cater to? We know what has happened to the entire world of football in our country. It's abysmal.
Right.
So in terms of sports being just probably a use case that I'm using here to further your point, in terms of the sheer disconnect, in terms of the announcement vis-a-vis what is the reality on ground?
I think a few days back, some of the international players talked about addressing the pollution in Delhi and not being able to play in Delhi. And the government should have. I mean, these are sports related. Your international sports arena is coming and then telling you address these challenges. And I don't see the finance minister talking anything on addressing these challenges, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is where we see the gap. So,
and I think it's across, right?
Yes.
Everywhere. Did you notice that, or was it only me?
No, I think it's visible across sectors. I think this compared to last year, I think she also gave a longer speech, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
so,
yes, she did.
But if
it was
just because it was longer doesn't mean that it had all the fine print. So it's like more optics than numbers, like I said.
Numbers. And of course, there was a switch as well, no? Usually the A and the B bit. This time around, there was a slight switch on that. The taxation bit, and then
taxation bit. I was expecting, some sort of a leeway on the income tax rules, because many of the I wouldn't call it a middle class, but the upgraded middle class today was expecting some kind of tax benefits. But I think considering that it's not a union election year, the government had not touched upon that. So
fair. Very quickly, your little summary. I'd like for you to probably tell us what's your summary.
Great, considering that what AIM covers in terms of AI infrastructure, IT, GCC, cloud infrastructure, I think the government focus or intent towards kind of addressing the challenges of the IT, cloud and GCC ecosystem has been great.
Sure.
On the data centers front, again there were some announcement. It is great. On the semiconductor or manufacturing component, I wouldn't completely align with the fund allocation yet, but
there is an increase in the
correct.
fund.
So that increase in fund will give a certain push. I am not happy with the announcements on the AI infrastructure part.
There wasn't any.
Yeah, so I would have preferred.
So I mean, you were being diplomatic back there, but yeah.
I would have preferred some numbers to be out there and address the compute challenge, because every alternative company today in the AI ecosystem has been asking, we are short of compute capacity.
Yes.
Kindly address this, and nothing came on that front, and I'm kind of disappointed on that.
But do you feel that the entire aspect as far as the sovereignty flag is concerned, do you feel that has been planted at some level or the other? Because first thing that came to my mind when you said was compute. That's the first thing that came to my mind. We're still dependent,
correct,
as far as compute is concerned, on international big tech.
I think if you look at the economic survey report, right, like we discussed in the morning, the government is saying that we are not in that race, AI race, and it scares us compared to the global economy. And that also puts a question as to where is your sovereign AI coming in? Where are the users? What is that we are developing? We the government said, of course, we are going to have the AI Impact Summit, a few days.
Yes,
it's just
You're
2 weeks away.
Off, yeah.
So they said. First they said 2 models are going to be released, then they said 4 models are going to be released. Your Google and OpenAI are already having kind of multilingual capabilities which these guys are developing. So what new? And you are already late by 1.5 year. So who are you catering it to? And where is the ecosystem? Perhaps our reporter Mohit Pandey has reported saying that it kind of helps the MSME ecosystem where they will kind of pick on this and then kind of thrive. But how long do we have to wait for that?
Fair enough. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Prabhu, our very brilliant editorial head, talking about the fact that yes, there is a lot of looking ahead. There is also a lot to do with the fine print, which still has to be unraveled and read and understood where this is going. But all in all, there seems to be, as Prabhu put it in his summary, a definite shot in the arm as far as the AI, technology, GCC, not AI maybe, but the technology, GCC entire ecosystem is concerned, which is a good thing. And what I feel also personally for me was a big positive was the increase in the semiconductor mission fund base. So, well, at least somewhere, maybe the road ahead looks a little positive. Of course, we'll be back with lots more. For right now, just go ahead and have a look at these highlights. And then, of course, we have some experts joining us only on the AIM network in our budget special. Please do your kartavya.
And if you're not happy with the budget expectations and announcement, perhaps tune in to the Grammy Awards tonight and then kind of enjoy at least what happens there. I think there'll be more entertainment than what we saw in the last 1.5 hours.
Fair enough, Prabhu. There it is. Prabhu is just back from his trek.
All right, thank you very much.
Cutting edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025, with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund, set up in 2021, with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology-driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, ALIMCO, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try, and purchase assistive products. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. Cutting-edge technologies include...
In Budget 2026, the government has doubled down on building India as a global AI, cloud and digital services hub, with major tax incentives for data centers, expanded AI infrastructure under the India AI mission, as you just heard. And of course, a very strong push for technology-led growth across Indian IT and deep tech. But of course, as the industry shifts from manpower-led services to AI and platform-driven delivery, key tax and regulatory questions still remain unresolved. And today, joining me are two founders who, of course, will be shedding light and they will be giving us their insights on these announcements which have just been made. I am more than glad to welcome Mr. Ankush Sabharwal, who is the founder of CoreOver.ai, and joining along Ankush is Mr. Ayush Gupta of GenLoop, again a founder. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Thank you, Sudhi. Doing very great.
Fabulous to have you with us. All right, so before we actually get into the announcements and what does it have in terms of have an impact as far as the sectors are concerned, I'd want your initial takes on the announcements and what are you feeling like after the finance minister has done what she had to?
So first of all, thank you for having me here.
Pleasure.
So I was not expecting this budget to be any big announcement for the AI space. As such, it was supposed to be just a continuation budget on the intent of the government that has already been shown through various missions. So on the five stacks, couple of announcements have been made. On the energy, nothing specific in this budget, but we know that the government has opened up the nuclear energy to the private sector.
Right.
That's a good long-term vision. On the chips, there are two announcements that I highly appreciate. One, the mission to promote rare earth exploration.
Yes.
And second, doubling down on the ISM 2.0 and the electronic component manufacturing scheme. They've
And
almost
the
doubled
increase in the corpus
allocation
of funds as well. Yeah.
Correct. They've almost doubled that.
Yeah.
So that is welcome. But the third layer, the infra, the tax break could be a fillip, allowing the foreign companies to provide cloud service globally with a point that you have to also have an Indian reseller entity and provide services in India. That could boost up the CPU compute and the GPU compute both ways. We anyways know that through the India mission, the government is trying to get compute. It's a difficult process, sometimes a slow process, but their intent is to get enough GPU compute in India for companies to start training their models. Um, on model side, nothing very specific in this budget, but we know through the India mission, the research, development, and innovation funds, the industry is getting support. Finally, on the application and services, I welcome the E2E standard committee that they've proposed that will explore how India can have the global services economy share of around 10%.
Yeah.
I'm not very happy with the timeline put for that, like 2047, like too many years before we can do
That
that.
seems to be a
It needs to be
magical year. Do you
accelerated.
not think everything was
Yeah.
2047? Right.
Right. But we need to do things faster and sooner. Things in AI are changing very rapidly. So whatever this E2E committee is, it needs to work, on a war footing and try to create a plan ASAP.
Okay, fair enough. Ayush, are you there? Or was that Ankush?
Ankush?
This
Yeah,
was
yeah,
Ayush, yeah.
yeah.
Ankush, hi
Mm,
Ankush, how are you?
Hey, good. So I think this is kind of as I expected. I think I was in one TV channel before the budget, and I was saying a lot of support has already been given by the government to build the technology, especially the AI companies, right? So now I was thinking, so that has to be adopted. I think totally as expected and as I was hoping. So if you see, it's not just the R&D, the big push on adoption. Also, you see the risk capital has been announced, right? The government saying risk capital, that's big thing. And as Ayush was talking about education to employment and enterprise standing committee, I think that's important because see, we are building platform, and you see the adoption would also happen. We'll talk about as Bharat Vistar platform and
Yes.
to Alemco and all of that. So we would need developers. So maybe deep tech developers and maybe application developers. So unless we bridge this academia to industry gap, we will not be able to fulfill the aspirations and the need which India would have. And now I think we would, of course, be ready to deliver our tech services, AI services outside India, as we have seen 2, 3 decades ago. We were doing a kind of IT services. I think we are ready to export AI services. And the good thing is there's no tax and the tariff stuff with the AI and the tech services. It's intangible product. So I think it's great thing, and you see the big push would happen with AI mission. So we were with the press conference, I think with the IT minister, and he was also talking about AI mission 2.0 is also coming. I think we could see the gist of it, the focused, more enhanced AI mission and national quantum mission. And then the great thing about the data center, right? So I think this again, I was saying, hey, see, AI can make us the richest country again, as we still claim we were richest for 400 years ago. I think we can reclaim that kind of opportunities
So
which we
Sone
have
ki
now.
chidiya is AI ki chidiya basically, according to you.
Yeah, you good articulation, right? So now if
Fair
you
enough.
see, it's not just on probably the application layer and of course on the platform layer, and now maybe the data center layer, the tax
Fair.
holidays, not just for the Indian companies, even for the companies outside. But good guardrails have been put in, so that should be sold through Indian
Fair.
entities. I think very, very well thought through. I really think sometimes so government is always ahead. It's easy for us to think one or two things or four things to request, hope to the government, but thinking so deep, not just as a vision, but also having the milestones and also having the process to achieve the vision.
Fair
So
enough.
overall, I think great budget. Especially, I would not know the other aspects of the whole country's running, because the government has to make sure the citizens' aspirations are met, the organization's needs are met, and also maintaining the fiscal deficit. So, but I think it's really the forward-looking and also the immediate benefits which people would see. And then the Bharat Vistar thing, the AI-led multilingual kind of, I hope it's going to be the assistant, the field which we work in,
Sure.
connected with the ICAR stuff. I think it's a platform research and the last mile delivery. Everything has been thought through in this budget.
Okay. Well, Ayush, I'd just like to talk to you first. This is 3 years. I mean, whatever Ankush just mentioned was kind of him. But I personally felt that the finance minister did not shed enough light as far as giving detail, purely as far as AI is concerned. But that's, of course, a separate discussion. 3 years after SEP came into force, profit attribution rules are still missing. So, did SEP actually result in any meaningful tax collections at all? Is the first one I'd like you to address.
Uh, so I'm not very well aware of the tax collection numbers, etc. on this, but that has been normally a problem with governments that announcements are made and the implementation on the ground takes time, and sometimes the intent with which an announcement was made is not fructified. We are seeing there's still percentage of events like that with this government, but with other schemes and the way they've implemented that it has worked fine enough. So nothing more to kind of comment on that.
All right, Ankush, if using Indian data centers, permanent establishment for foreign cloud firms, so do you feel that it will undermine India's ambition to be a global AI and cloud hub and hurt Indian IT in the process?
But I think it's going to be huge need if you see we have just started, right? So currently, if I think the most of the AI compute, right, the GPUs, GPUs have become the celebrities of the
Oh,
century,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Right. So they currently are not being used as an application, right? So I always think, see, the agriculture is important sector, right? So
Oh, yes.
so rest all the sectors after we have food, right? So are we using AI in sector? I always used to think the someone has to sow the seed and the nurture and the trees would grow and someone has to harvest and the transport. And I think that has been again articulated very well, maybe farm to factory to folk.
Yeah.
Right. So I
Yeah.
think we have not even touched this surface there where the AI applications are helping us in the core sectors of the mankind. Technology is not core. We can still survive without technology, but agriculture and maybe the
Oh,
healthcare and
yes.
transportation and education and BFSI. I think these are the core sectors. We have not yet started using AI. So the demand would be so much. I don't think just Indian providers are going to be sufficient because if you see, it's not just mentioned for the need of India, right? So we can provide data center service to the whole world.
Okay. This question I'd like to address to the both of you gentlemen. And honestly, I'm still a little confused about it. Why does double taxation still exist in cross-border secondment when salaries are already taxed in India? This is to the both of you.
Not expert in this area, would
Okay.
not be able to
Okay.
comment. So,
Okay, that
right, so
brings
I'll
me to
keep.
this then. SCZ in reinvestment rules still focus on plant and machinery. So how misaligned is that with today's cloud native asset light IT model?
Still not the subject matter. Really have no idea. So not able
But
to comment at all.
Would you like to take a stab at it,
Ayush
Ayush?
might try, yeah.
no, I'll take a subjective stab at it,
Yeah,
but
please
again,
do.
like not a very deep expert in this,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
definitely a lot of the rules need to align more with the new realities of economy. Um, we're not just going to be a manufacturing-driven economy, agriculture-driven economy, but AI assets, all these new realities of AI need to be brought under this, tax understandings and investment regimes. Um, so, um, you know, especially like to your earlier question as well, as to undermining of that 2047, the tax break that the government is giving, like
Exactly.
second
Yeah,
Ankush's
yeah.
point that, I would say the government is trying to get some kind of, those liberalizations into the AI or AI asset economy as well, but, will be done step by step. Those points would exist, but I guess the intent is there to cover that up.
This is something, of course, which is close to every founder's heart, I believe, both of you. and I'd really want you to address this very deeply. Do digital labor codes mainly ease employer compliance, especially as IT employees face layoffs and aggressive performance-linked exits? And this has been a part of the conversation for some time now. So I'd like for both of you, maybe starting with Ankush, to please express your thoughts on this.
I'm extremely sorry. So can you elaborate this a bit? Maybe.
So I was basically talking about the fact that in terms of the announcements which have been made, how does it position the aspect as far as the layoffs is concerned? That has been something which has been a part of the conversation for some time now. And it is something which do you feel that with this kind of an announcement which has been made, these things will at some level or the other find some sort of an ease moving forward?
So you are saying there is some announcement to help people who are getting laid off?
I'm talking about the startup aspects, the announcements which were made as far as the startups was concerned. So for example, if I were to talk about the special sort of an attention given towards the startup ecosystem, towards the MSME ecosystem, do you feel that that will address the aspects as far as moving forward is concerned? How do you see the policies as far as companies are concerned will be probably tweaking? That is the point that I'm trying to understand from the both of you.
I think I'm not sure. So I think startups were already in focus. If you see, the startups were well nurtured by three ministries in my mind, right? One is of course the direct, the consumer, the commerce ministry, right? The DPIIT, which is Honorable Piyush Goyal ministry, right? So they have introduced National Startup Award and ease of doing business, right? So there are a few clauses which have been exempted for the startups to have the level playing field, and we can actually compete with the big companies because they are prior turnover cross, prior experience cross. I think that ministry is anyways putting good focus to startups, to their policies and all that. The second is Ministry of IT. They're doing separate a lot of challenges and grants and funding again to the startups, right? So Ministry of IT, and then DST, Department of Science and Technology. I think there is one RDI fund of 1 lakh crore. I think Honorable Minister mentioned about 20,000 crore. I think maybe that is for this year. So I think we are already in focus. And nothing is kind of going unnoticed. I'm not sure if there is special attention, if it's going to be there, it would be good or bad. But I don't think startups, whether it's startup founders and businesses or employees, were ever neglected.
You know, Ankush had mentioned a little while back, Ayush, and I want to understand what are your thoughts on this. He had mentioned, of course, the new superheroes is compute. That needs to be figured out. So is compute credit fiscally viable is my point.
Right, Sudhi. So a couple of points before on the digital labor codes. So India's digital labor codes seem to be on the relaxed side of the spectrum so far compared to some other advanced economies like the California state, etc. And I would like if it is not already there, the government thinks progressively in that space itself. Of course, there are things like bringing the digital workers or the IT workers or the ITES workers under the legal legislation of the labor code. But the agility of hiring and firing new workers, building teams, uh, you know, uh, having the flexibility to lay off forces and upgrade or upskill the existing forces will be required as a pragmatic measure to push the India's digital and AI story.
Okay.
So I hope the government
sorry.
thinks in that direction. Yeah.
Fair. Very quickly, gentlemen, this is a question which I believe I would like for the both of you to weigh in on. It's a two-part question. How can AI talent gaps be closed very fast? And the role of industry-academia partnership. Ankush, I'd like to start with you.
Yeah, so this is very, very important question. I think we have to really think hard on this. I remember AIM I was in the panel many years ago. It was industry to academia, academia to industry gap. I think that is still there. I think that this should originate from the industry first. Any company, whether it's large or small, we have to be very, very clear what that company or that unit is trying to do. Are we creating a platform, or we are creating the AI application of the solution? So, right. So then I think we need three kind of AI experts. So one is the AI users,
Yeah.
right? Nowadays, we people say it's a tech savvy. So tech savvy doesn't mean I build tech platform or tech solution. Tech savvy is I use tech, right?
Sure.
So that kind of literacy is also required. We don't need to train; it will happen automatically as long as we create good user-friendly applications. The second is building the AI platforms. It needs deep tech. It needs good PhDs and deep engineers. Right, so there we'll continue doing whatever we are doing. I don't think much focus or any up learning we need to do. The third is, which is going to explode. The platforms are still there. We'll continue creating it, but whether it's done by Indians or outsiders, the platforms are still there. We have to use those now platform and create the application for all the fields, like maybe agriculture to healthcare and so on. For that, I don't think we really need deep tech developers or engineers, right? Only in India, we had to be B-tech or engineering graduate to do programming. It was not the case outside. The programming was just another skill people could acquire. I think we need to wear that hat and think, articulate like the AI developers may not be engineers. They could be anyone.
Fair
Maybe
enough.
any college guy, or maybe after 12th AI developer can exist. So I think we need to think and create policies in this industry academia gap thing, so that we have more and more developers and we could actually create more and more solutions. So we need lot of solutions, every sector. So if we do it right, then I think again we can become that use case capital of India can become the use case capital of the world, as was put by Nandan Nilekani sir. So I think we have to really think the skilling part, right? The users we can ignore. Deep tech, continue doing as we are doing. The AI application developer, we need to leverage this opportunity.
Fair enough. Well, I still feel, and as I was discussing with our editorial head, gentleman Prabhu, we still felt that there was a little bit of ambiguity as far as the AI curriculum is concerned. There were no new announcements made, and probably that's exactly what Ankush is talking about. We are going to take a short little break right now on our budget special on the AIM network, but we're going to be back. We're going to be back with a lot more. So do please stick around.
Ayushan.
$1,700 GCCs. Yes, that's the present footprint in India of the global population of GCCs. 1.9 million people are gainfully employed in these global capability centers. $64.6 billion was generated in the fiscal year 2024. But the big target, that's 2030. 2,200 GCCs is what India wants to notch up to, employing more than 2.8 million people.
I wrote in my book that failures were in bold font for me and success was like default.
If you really want to control the narrative of life, you can do no wrong.
The people who focus on success and, sort of brush away failure, like a Virat Kohli is a great example.
Is doing a great job in bringing the GCC ecosystem together.
So you're adding a lot of value to the GCC ecosystem.
Oh, I had to take a beat and sit down to make sense of this amazing roller coaster ride that we've had at MachineCon 2025. We will catch you again at the next MachineCon. $1,700 GCCs. Yes, that's the present footprint in India of the global population of GCCs. $1.9 million people are gainfully employed in these global capability centers. $64.6 billion was generated in the fiscal year 2024. But the big target, that's 2030. 2,200 GCCs is what India wants to notch up to, employing more than 2.8 million people.
I wrote in my book that failures were in bold font for me and success was like default.
If you really want to control the narrative of life, you can do no wrong.
The people who focus on success and sort of brush away failure, like a Virat Kohli is a great example.
Is doing a great job in bringing the GCC ecosystem together.
So you're adding a lot of value to the GCC ecosystem.
Oh, I had to take a beat and sit down to make sense of this amazing roller coaster ride that we've had at MachineCon 2025. We will catch you again at the next MachineCon. 17. Welcome back to, the budget special on the AIM network. Of course, we had Ankush and Ayush with us previously. They have spoken brilliantly about the budget and their impact, but it seems to not have the kind of impact that they were talking about on the market, because the market is down 1% by 800 points. Of course, we are going to continue to speak with senior leaders, founders, as we keep going along and chugging along on our budget special on the AIM network. I believe the budget's broader direction strongly kind of favors data centers and AI infrastructure, positioning India as a very serious global compute backbone for the AI era. And I believe you agree with me. By simplifying IT services taxation and reducing regulatory uncertainty, the government is making it fairly easy for hyperscalers and enterprises to expand cloud regions and high-density AI data centers across India, which is a good push. Combined, of course, with investments in power, renewables and connectivity, this lowers the friction to deploy expensive GPUs, which of course are forever the center of every conversation these days. They, of course, run large-scale AI workloads and serve both Indian and global markets from India. But at the same time, the policy framework supports sovereign AI capabilities, enabling domestic firms, startups and public platforms to build and fine-tune large models on Indian data and infrastructure. This, of course, strengthens data sovereignty, which again is a very important aspect, reduces reliance on offshore compute, and accelerates India-first AI models in healthcare, agriculture, governance and languages, as Ankush was mentioning earlier. Positioning India not just as a consumer of global AI, but as a high-capacity AI infrastructure hub with its own applied intelligence ecosystem. And of course, shedding light today on this aspect, I'm going to be joined by Varun Rastogi, who is the partner consulting Deloitte India. Welcome to the show. Varun, how are you doing? It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you so much for inviting me, Sandeep. Thanks, AIM team, for having me.
Truly a pleasure. First, I'd like to get your very quick response on the fact that, the markets are down by 1%. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I think, market represents the holistic view of all the aspects of the budget. And I think there are a lot of expectations around different areas in terms of investments. I think the budget has covered a lot of things in manufacturing space, healthcare space, and AI. But I think maybe and of course, from the tax perspective, since the new tax policy was going to be implemented from April only, there was not much major announcement. Hence, it could be the I would say the budget is, people are calling it boring, which is a good budget in itself. But I think that could be a reflection on the stock indications.
Okay. Since we just mentioned to the viewers, as far as data centers and that entire ecosystem is concerned, I'd like to first get your thoughts on this, Varun. How do you see the push for data center and cloud infrastructure? How do you embrace that?
So if you see from a statistics, India primarily represent 20% of the world data. And we are a majorly driven service economy in terms of AI by building platforms, by providing services globally and Indian, right? This, the component, and in terms of infrastructure, we only have 3% of the entire infra capacity of the global. So looking from that perspective, there is a massive push from the government for next few years, or I think the incentive is for next 22 years, is to make ourselves a large partner in building and providing global and cloud services from India. So I think that's a
Sure.
very important step I see from.
And there have been, of course, big announcements as well, Varun. Like, for example, the Vizag Center, $15 billion.
Yes.
You know, I mean, there have been big bets which have been made already by
And
global giants.
yes,
So I
correct.
believe you feel that we are moving in the right direction.
Exactly. So everyone is investing. Every hyperscaler, Reliance is investing,
Yes.
and all are trying to build a large infrastructure, which is of course boosting the employment opportunities for Indian economy as well as establishing us. But I think the important is also to utilize these services by providing the benefits to the players, right? For example, in India, they are giving us through resellers, they can get
Yeah.
benefit using these services. Secondly, for global also, why they've established this, but how can they incentivize by using them on a regular basis, and also inviting more and more partners and players in this space in a global, because it is just the tip of the iceberg, right?
Yeah, I
Because, and
agree.
this is going to be a massive boost the way it is going. And I was reading some statistics around $1 trillion. It can
Yes.
provide a boost to the Indian economy if we
Yeah.
invest in the AI in the right space. So I think this is the right time,
$1.3 trillion
and
was it?
something
Is that,
around that, right?
yeah.
And in the last few years, this has been point of discussion that how government is going to boost AI in infrastructure. I think this is the right time to announce it, and I see more and more players also going to come and invest in it, and we can try to be a large player primarily in the infrastructure as well.
So of course it's established that the requirement is there. There's no confusion there. There are huge bets which have already been made. But then of course there is this looming fear all the time, Varun, that nobody really tends to talk about a lot. But of course nowadays there has been this conversation about the bubble bursting. What do you have to say to that? Will the AI bubble burst in 2026? And if so, are current budgetary allocations enough to well absorb the risk of overcapacity and overinvestment?
So good question, Sandeep. If you see, any new technology brings a lot of speculations, right? And I, of course, AI is a large ambit of not only just hardware, but it brings platform, it brings services, and but if you read a lot of surveys which we are also doing globally and within India as well, a lot of organizations are moving from pilot to production,
Yeah.
right? It's not just building POCs, though that is true that the every boardroom discussion is primarily more about that the AI is the way to go. But there are a lot of use cases which are going into production. There are a lot of use cases which are actually delivering benefits to the businesses. So yes, I will not say it's not. There is some hype around it, but it is going to be a bubble and phase out. That is not completely right. So it is going to help in different sectors, in different, whether it is public sector or a private sector, and of course in the different. It will take time to get the benefit of ROIs, but it will give the outcomes.
Okay, so you feel that the entire aggressive push, how sustainable is it truly, Varun, according to you, as far as data centers and cloud infrastructure? And the point is, yes, you mentioned a figure up front where it was 20% that you talked about. But do you feel that you know we can match the scale of investment? Will the demand actually match that scale of investment?
I think, see, demand, of course, globally is growing exponentially higher, right? Because AI is not just limited, as I mentioned, by providing services, but there are large use cases. What we are seeing globally, not only in just AI as a service, but also physical AI,
Oh,
uh,
sure.
sovereign AI, a lot of applications, right? AI on the edge, using a lot of IoT data to deliver outcomes. So I think demand, of course, is a function of supply, but we have to be ready to meet the demand in future. If we don't invest right now, if we don't play our cards well, in the next few years,
we're going to be left behind.
We may be left leave the bus, and right there could be other players like China who is investing and who is already ahead in terms of infrastructure, can take much more gap ahead, right? So I think it's the right time to invest in this space. We have been doing phenomenally well in terms of services, right? Because we are because of the way we are structured, we are a people-driven economy. We have large tech companies providing services globally, but we have to cover the other aspect as well by having the infrastructure readiness to meet the global demands for the future.
You
It
know,
will help us
actually,
in both ways.
sorry.
Yeah.
I wanted to definitely ask you this. I mean, we talk about the infrastructure as you just mentioned. We're talking about the global demands. We're talking about the global players coming in and investing. But if we turn that on its head, it's very important as far as sovereignty is concerned. What do you have to say about that, Varun? Because I believe that is a very core part of the conversation which needs to be had a lot more regularly than it already is taking place. Do you agree with me or do you not?
Sorry, what is the first part you mentioned?
I meant sovereignty, the sovereignty aspect as far as our data is concerned. What do you have to say about that in terms of sovereign AI versus, let's say, the global market perspective? We are looking at
So I think both are important, right? Sovereign AI is important, and building our own local language models, the local open AI models for Indian economy is going to be very, very key because it is going to be differentiator, and we have not been doing very well in this aspect for long, right? And there are initiatives, if you see from Indian government, primarily to focus on sovereignty, sovereign models. They have identified, I think, 12 players primarily to build uh, local models, and there is a huge focus on building Indian regional language models and
But are we
multilingual models.
pushing enough is my question to you. Are we having that sense of urgency is what my
So I
request or
think if you
thought to
see
you
the
was.
the second aspect which was announced in the budget was the setting up of the council,
Yes.
which is going to be prioritizing on the service sector and also focusing on how they can establish policy framework for using these AI over next few years, right? So I think that could be driving factor on how India is going to push sovereignty within India and of course the globally, looking into how it is going to impact the jobs, how it is going to impact the usage of AI across different sectors, starting with agriculture. There is a app which has been launched today, right? In terms of helping farmers.
Yep.
Similarly in education, similarly in governance, identifying which are the jobs which is going to be displaced, identifying what are the right training programs needs to be imparted so that the people are ready for the next phase of the work. Similarly, in education, what is the AI course curriculum needs to be established over a period of time to
That
make
wasn't today, by the way. We were hoping
was
that
not done
it
today.
should have been done,
Maybe
I
this
feel.
correct. I agree. There was no discussion and nothing pointed out. But
Yeah.
maybe this committee could put some frameworks on the table where actually we have a ready AI force for the future. The
Correct.
demand is growing rapidly. If you see this space and this market is growing expandingly, we do have a talent, but we don't have a ready skilled talent,
You're
which is coming
Deloitte
from
India,
colleges.
Varun, very quickly, if you could just weigh in from, let's say, your personal work perspective, right? Deloitte India, you are expecting everyone who's coming in to join your organization to have an AI skill set, which is, I'm pretty sure, something which is mandatory now. Am I right? So do you not feel that moving forward, we are of course talking about demand exploding, we are talking about massive investments being made into India, etc. Do you feel that these announcements which were made in Budget 2026 address those factors from a ground reality point of view? That's why I asked you per se.
So as I said, few things from an infrastructure standpoint, yes, it was going to boost Indian startups, Indian organizations to start using cloud technologies, the data center at a cheaper cost, which is definitely boost the way they have to use AI models. Because if you see there is always the ROI versus usage in an organization mind. How
Sure.
much ROI I can get
Yeah.
by using these Indian data centers? They can definitely optimize the cost of usage, and hence it will promote a lot of exploration and expansion of AI across services. First, secondly, I think the usage from the talent perspective,
Yeah.
right? Not much being said in the budget today, but definitely what is the expectation is that the people who are joining Deloitte or any organization needs to have some understanding of basic AI models or AI understanding usage of what are the risks there is applications of AI.
True.
How can they use AI across different functions and businesses, right? So these basics needs to be addressed. And secondly, I think we are seeing a lot of even institutes are now training and having AI courses in their curriculum to meet the demand at a faster pace. Right?
Okay, very quickly in summary, I would like for you to, Varun, tell us, this is my observation. The finance minister definitely did talk about the semiconductor mission. They spoke about a few figures when it came to those aspects. Very quickly, I just want you to sum it up. What did you have to feel, in one line if you could tell me, that the finance minister did not spend more than 4 to 5 lines as far as the AI aspect of things was concerned? That was something that stood out for me. Did it stand out for you?
No, that I was expecting more, to be honest. I agree. I was expecting a lot of AI-related maybe interventions across sectors. Maybe they just picked up agriculture as the one sector.
Yeah.
But you're right. But they actually picked up the one quite bigger problem, which was to be solved, and maybe it could be the one of the key direction on this by giving large incentives and SOPs to organizations and using India data centers. Because in the previous budgets, they have been talk about AI models and other things, but in terms of data center, that was not discussed. Maybe this time they picked up a bigger one for the future.
With these announcements, Varun, I want your thoughts on how will the Indian IT services industry, for that matter, or that in particular ecosystem react, given the fact that there have been a lot of layoffs which have taken place over the last 2 to 3 years. Only recently, the economic survey mentioned the fact that there were only 17 hires that took place across the 5 big over the period of 9 months. Do you feel that with a certain kind of announcements that were made today, this might in some level or the other soften the blow moving forward?
So I think it will definitely provide more opportunities for Indian tech companies to be a partner with the hyperscalers and providing cloud or data services globally as well as in India. There are a lot of applications around it, by, for example, building digital twins for these hardware and asking the global companies to set up their data centers in India and managing those IT operations, managing those data center, building models and building applications of AI on those data centers could be the way forward. So I think by building the bridge of model building to applications, and if we are able to provide more services on the data center side, I think it will create a different opportunity and I would say offerings for IT sector companies in this space as well.
Fair point, Varun. Fair point. I mean, I think, and what a wonderful note to end on in terms of it is hopeful, it is aspirational. It's not all that bad. There are, of course, some grey areas which I believe we'll be able to figure out as far as the fine print is concerned. It's a pleasure to have you with us today on the Budget Special. Thank you so much, Varun, and wishing you and your team, and post this budget, of course, some announcements onwards and upwards. Of course, for right now, we are going to be taking, a look at some of the highlights. But before we do that, I just have to say this, that I feel that given this entire understanding as far as some of the announcements and some of the things that Varun did speak about, I found it very, very hopeful that moving forward, at least we as the ecosystem are fairly confident with some of the announcements. Of course, Prabhu thinks differently.
Cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology-driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology, and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana, timely access to high quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. Cutting-edge technologies include.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the budget special on the IIM network, and thank you, ma'am, so much for providing us that safe harbor. I believe that we were talking about the budget from a point of view of MSMEs. There is a huge amount of celebration as far as that is concerned, big industrial schemes. But when it comes to startups, there is almost nothing. There is almost silence, and a deafening one. There is no new fund, there is no fresh allocation, no startup focused program either. So unlike earlier years with seed funds and incentives, the only equity support that I believe has been mentioned is a 10,000 crore SME growth fund, meant for scaling mature MSMEs, not early stage startups. So in short, for India's startup ecosystem, this budget, as I said, is largely silent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have with me somebody who is joining us, is an expert, of course, Mr. Sagar Vishnoi, Future Shift Labs. He's the co-founder and director. Wonderful to have you with us, Sagar. How are you doing?
Thank you, Sandeep. I'm doing great. It's really an honor to have a word with you right away.
It's a true pleasure having you with us. Sagar, very, very quickly, the first thing I'd like to understand is, as I just mentioned, there is no mention for startups in the announcement, in the budget announcement. What does that say?
Right, Sandeep, there are a lot of announcements, whether it is related to ISM 2.0, whether it is related to data centers, but not touching the investment part towards fund of funds, or putting more investment into startups, or even putting more research fund into pushing the startups. I believe that's a big shock
It is,
for the
right?
overall startup. It is.
Yeah, just to allude to what you were just mentioning, I'll just give you the numbers. The electronics components manufacturing scheme, which you were just talking about, you just mentioned, it's got an outlay of 22,919, and now, of course, it's been boosted to 40,000 crores, which is wonderful. But like again, we come back to the fact that nothing for startups.
True. And that's why, like, I believe that's one of the, like, overall fault of this budget, which I can see, that where the government should have pushed for more investments towards deep tech startups, toward AI startups, and how they can nurture them, how they can improve the compute capacity, and provide more incentives to such startups who are going to start within the AI ecosystem or deep tech. I believe no announcement. It's a bit of disappointment for any such person within he or she is sitting in tier 1 or any village who is hoping to start a AI venture or start his entrepreneurship journey throughout the way next year.
Although, I mean, since you just mentioned tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, there is a big push there for sure, Sagar. In the announcements, as far as, let's say, infrastructure, or for that matter, educational institutions are concerned, that for sure you need to give to the budget. Would you agree with me?
Yes, for the education, they have proper budgetary allowance for it. But again, like how even the budget has a proper layout for AVGC, that is, right, the gaming and comic, and how this overall industry of content creation is booming up. So the government has allowed, like, there will be 1,500 schools and 500 colleges who will be part of this content creation hub, right, where these will be established. But here lies the debate. On one hand side, in the economic survey, government said that the digital addiction is becoming one of the problem. On the other side, the government is saying that content creation labs will be established.
It's like double speak, isn't it, Sagar? Because we have Australia and now probably France following Australia's footsteps in banning digital footprints, or social media platforms are being banned for 15-year-old and 16-year-old kids respectively. And here we have a totally different outlook. What do you have to say to that?
Right. I would say, like, there are two states which are coming up to, they might ban social media for children under the age of 15 or 16. There is Andhra Pradesh, there is Goa, right? And more states can, follow the suit in the near future. But like setting up content creation lab for students or children under the age of 16, even for the secondary school, I believe it's a bad idea overall for the for the younger ones, or like for the students who are in colleges, it can be good idea to make them part of education, employment, and entrepreneurship pipeline.
You know, it's interesting. I just remembered that Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, in his speech, had made this statement that, you know, he wants a founder or a startup or an entrepreneur coming out of each and every family, as far as his announcements were concerned, which is extremely encouraging, which is extremely, boosts the confidence of so many people. And imagine a policymaker is actually encouraging people to do that. Do you not think that something like that should have been alluded to during the budget? Because you might have education institutions which are being given priority, but what after that? What do the students do after they graduate? They don't have enough employment or vocational funnels to go into.
No, very true. Sadev, I believe Chandrababu Naidu not only announced like one person should be there, like who should come from every household as an entrepreneur, but he also announced that there will be like there is a separate cash prize for a person if he or she is going to win a Nobel Prize for the research part, right? So these are the motivations which, of course, push individuals, societies, academic institutions, understanding like how a big motivation factor is there to verify or validate our efforts. In the same scenario, more and more effort should have been taken in this budget towards a startup scenario, so that any such scheme, whether like students can get easy funds where if they are even part of the school system or even college system, right? And when they are becoming part of the college system and they are going towards a job placement or even the entrepreneurship, moving towards the entrepreneurship, they have the choice to nurture themselves as an entrepreneur. They have that resources, whether in terms of financials, whether in terms of network, or whether in terms of easy availability of loans, right? Which I believe is surely lacking in this budget. That should have been there.
I definitely appreciate your honesty and clean speak on this, Sagar. But of course, just for our viewers, I just wanted to put it out there. It's not as if, you know, we support a particular aspect or a thought process in terms of an announcement which is made by a particular state. I believe credit should be given where credit is due, and that's purely from where I was coming from. But of course, now I want to come back to this, Sagar. Despite the angel tax being removed, thousands of startups still actually are facing a lot of issues. What do you have to say on that?
Yes, I believe the startups nurture when the compliances are, when the barriers or the compliances are removed, or they have easy access to the incentives provided by the state, provided by the private capital, right? When such compliances exist, right, there should be more efforts based on removing those barriers so that they can nurture easily, right? And more capital investment so that they have options to get more funding to develop their product and to access the research. I believe these 3 points should have been there so that the overall startup ecosystem could nurture and more big tech can come from the Indian ecosystem, where we are relying on the maybe US or China or UK.
What about the fact that, did you feel that the announcements of the budget had any kind of bearing on the fact that it might attract more foreign investments? Do you feel that that can happen towards, let's say, research and development in the country?
Yes, the research initiative ANRF is surely a silver lining, I believe, right? But more and more research should have been there pushed by the government. Right. And apart from that, the overall data center scenario, which has been pushed by the government, that there will be like tax holiday for it. So in that scenario, the big tech are already investing. Like Google
Yes,
is
Google
investing
is,
almost
yes.
$50.5 billion.
Yeah.
Amazon is investing. Microsoft is investing. Meta has a plan to
Yes.
set up a 500 megawatt data center.
Hmm.
Right. So even in that scenario, they should have they will be looking for Indian entities, so they can sell the cloud computing to the customers who are abroad. But what could have been what could have been a scenario of developing more foreign investment towards the research part, where India stands. Like I was reading that almost there is a 50% research in AI, followed by done by US, followed by 22% research in AI done by China, but India holds almost less than 1%.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And for that, I believe more investments, more support from the government side and from the private side is required.
Okay. The union budget, of course, has allocated, Sagar, 1,000 crores for the India AI mission. But of course, I'll come to that a little later. Before that, I want to ask you this, that government has proposed a reviewed FEMA rules, right? Will this help investments? What's your take on that?
Yes, like they will of course help to the ones who are already in at a stage where they can take their startup or the business to the next level. Right. Understanding the ground scenario, we need more startups having less barriers on the ground. Right. So the effort should have been there to remove the barriers and provide them more loans or like collateral free loans and support them in the initial stage, early or seed stage. Right. So the initiative which you are mentioning, of course, going to provide the support, but for the already those startups who are already on the track to get the next funding or to raise more funds.
Tell me this, Sagar, the fact that, with the kind of announcements that we saw today, do you feel that the overall community as such, or for that matter, people who have a lot of ambition and dreams, somewhere might just feel a little dampened as far as their spirits are concerned? Maybe there was a certain sense of expectation that they had, or on the other hand, they feel, all right, wait a minute, we in any case were pursuing things with a lot of enthusiasm and we're going to continue to do so.
I believe there is a mixed reaction regarding this. First, I believe startup community or even the big emerging tech community is happy that the government has almost doubled the Indian semiconductor mission outlay from 22,000 crore to 40,000 crore, right? And where it's going to help different in developing the critical infrastructure for the frontier technologies through the incentive schemes via PLI and FPI and DLI, right? And on the other hand, there is a announcement regarding data center.
Yes.
But overall, the sentiment is like this: that why there is no announcement related to startups.
True.
Although the India AI CEO Abhishek Singh has already said that he's going to announce $70 billion outlay for the India AI 2.2, right? But that's going to happen after some time. In the meantime, what is the bigger vision? What is the bigger vision for the next 3 or 5 years regarding the emerging tech, regarding the AI, right? So I believe such announcements, such outlays should have been there within this budget so that people could have seen a clear picture in terms of how we are going to develop in the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, well, I believe Sagar is saying very clearly, and Sagar, I'd like you to probably sum it up very quickly. What are your final thoughts, and personally, what is your takeaway from the budget?
Sure, I believe like the final takeaway is I'm like the government is going to have a focus on developing the critical infrastructure. That's amazing. They have doubled up the outlay for it. But like for me, there is no announcement regarding compute capacity. There is no announcement regarding more resources onto research or even pushing more funds for the startups or any such scheme related to developing startup ecosystem from the student or education community. I think that should have been there. The focus should have been there, so we can understand that how we are going to develop or match in the global race, where we are like we should not have been there on running this race from the back, but running this race in the front seat.
Fair enough. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Sagar. Sagar, thank you so much for your insights and for weighing in on this conversation. And more importantly, I am very, very appreciative of the fact that you have been very honest, and it has been clear speak, which we appreciate here on AIM Network and FrontPage and on our budget special. Of course, what Sagar is trying to say is there is a sense of ambiguity. There is still a sense of, well, reading between the lines in terms of what was announced and what will probably come practically on ground. And I think that definitely puts the entire startup ecosystem in, well, a loop of 8. A lot of people, of course, are still going to motor through. A lot of people are still going to, well, try to make sure that they achieve their dreams. But it always does help that if the policymakers, the government, and the people who are helping the decisions to be made can be a little more sensitive towards that particular ecosystem, because I believe that is the ecosystem which is going to make sure that we as a country are blooming as time goes on in the entire understanding of AI, because that definitely is here to stay. Of course, the fact that there is definitely a push on the semiconductor mission, there is an announcement, there are all of those things, but I feel still there is a lack of clarity. There is still a lack of trying to tell that one particular student, that engineer, or that hopeful dreamer who's watching right now probably, that all right, here is the path that we are going to allocate for you. You get fabulously educated, and then from there on, here is where we believe we can absorb you. Having said that, we of course have our next guest joining us, but before that, let me of course tell you, in terms of the context I would like to set for you people. I would like to of course tell you that joining us today is from Shodh AI. The gentleman goes by the name of Mr. Arastu Sharma. But before I bring him into the conversation, I of course have to definitely tell you what we are going to discuss. The union budget, of course, 2026 has allocated 1,000 crores for the India AI mission to build domestic AI capabilities, even as utilization of last year's allocation remained partial. You know, in 2025-26, the government had earmarked 2,000 crores for the India AI mission. However, revised estimates stood at 800 crores. Ashwini Vaishnav, the Union Minister, Information Technology Minister, of course, previously confirmed that India's homegrown large language models will unveil 12 foundational AI models, each ranging between 50 and 120 billion parameters, designed to run on relatively small GPU clusters. Sounds fantastic. One of them, of course, is Shodh AI. Shodh AI is building a 7 billion parameter model that integrates AI into lab workflows to accelerate material discovery. So that gives you a context of the gentleman I'm joined by. And of course, we have the founder and CEO of Shodh AI, Mr. Arastu Sharma, with us. Of course, healthcare and life sciences has been a big focus for the budget. How are you doing, Arastu? Pleasure having you with us. I'd like to first and foremost like your immediate views on when you heard all the announcements.
Thanks, Sudhi. Very pleasure to be here.
I'm so sorry, Arastu. If you could just hold on for a second. I can't hear you. I would request, yes, it's a lot better. Thank you, yes. Yeah, Arastu, you're back. So let me do that again. Arastu, how are you doing? Welcome to the budget special.
Thanks very much, Sudhi. Very happy to be here. Primarily, I would say like I'm quite happy to look at the budget. The focus on AI has been great. How it's been shown as a sort of a national infrastructure that we have to focus on and not just a side project is something that we've all been wanting. I think we like AI is something that like as big as you go is still small. So like we can go bigger, we can do better, but it's great that it's one of the primary areas that the government is targeting on. We've seen the support ourselves, and being part of the 12 foundation models that the government is supporting. That's been great, and being very close to the people who are working on this from the government side, I can see that the focus of the current government is extremely high on AI,
Yeah.
and that is great news. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. That brings me to this fact that healthcare and life sciences, definitely that stood out for me, was a big focus as far as the budget was concerned. This time, and of course, I think Shode AI aligns with that. Do you agree? And what are your thoughts?
Yes. So I saw something called a Biopharma Shakti.
Yes,
So
yes.
there's a 10,000 crore budget given on biomaterials,
Biomaterials, yes.
Yeah. So I think so that's where like there are areas like that where deep tech would be the future of the country that we have to create. And if we are able to support smaller middle-sized deep tech companies that are able to build things and technologies supported by the government initially, that's what deep tech needs. Like that you need to be able to have a period of just spending the money to build your technology and then being able to go out and sell it around the world. So you need that government support, and I think that's starting to come around. And it relates to show the eyes, and we are building the foundational layer of how we can help these sunrise sectors build these biomaterials, bio discoveries to any type of material science. The future AI scientist is what we are trying to build, and we've been given this mandate to build that within the next 1 and 2 years, that Indian startups and Indian middle SMEs, larger companies, they could use AI models to build the future material technologies. So you would have healthcare, material, battery world, energy world, and especially the biopharma world that we have to sort of enter into. And India is slightly behind in that race. So the next AI race
That's
is
very
not the
mildly put,
race of
but
language.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
That way I said that's
Sorry,
very
the next AI
mildly
race,
put.
AI for science is what I always say.
Fair enough. Um, we of course have to ask you this. How do you feel about the India AI Summit? What do you feel is going to be that kind of an impact? We of course have talked about it before I brought you on to the show, that it has allocated an additional 1,000 crores for the India AI mission. So how do you think it is going to be as far as this year is concerned? With of course the India AI Impact Summit right around the corner.
Yeah, I think again, like it's for entrepreneurs, the most important thing is seeing the focus, and that we can tell the investors, the people who we are working with, the our clients, that this is the focus that the Indian government is showing towards AI, and that means this is the future sector that you must invest in, the future sector where you must rely on Indian companies to build. So the India AI Summit is, I guess, the start of that, because the way the government is supporting for it, pushing for it, we've been asked to present demos.
Yeah, I was
of
just about to ask you, as far as Shodh AI is concerned, are you nervous? Are you excited? What are you thinking?
No, very excited. I mean, so we've been working very closely with companies like Nvidia, and we'll be part of their entourage as well. We have our own booth, but so NDIS Summit would be one of the big starting points for ourselves as well. So I think that'd be huge things, and people like all the important people in AI coming here. With the Nvidia CEO, OpenAI CEO, all the people who've
Who are
already
you looking
said.
forward to meeting with?
I think definitely like Jensen from Nvidia is one of the main people we'd be very excited to meet. And of course, I don't know if Sundar Pichai is coming, that'd be huge.
Mr. Bill Gates will be here, I
Prime
believe.
Minister. Yeah.
Nice. Which of course then brings me to this point, as you had just mentioned, the compute question. Do you think the compute is enough? We have had experts on the show till now talk about the fact that yes, the demand for sure is established, but the compute still is a very central part of that conversation, and feel that these additional announcements this time around will help in dealing with that kind of struggle?
I think it's a nuanced. I could give a nuanced answer to this. The approach is nice. The implementation is something that I agree does take time. Like even if you buy a huge amount of compute, it takes months to actually put it to use. So that is what India has been going towards. I think being very close to talking to companies like Yota and all the other data centers that are part of this mission. It's not just buying that compute itself, but actually implementing it, making it work, and giving us and the other foundational companies and to the people. So that's the first thing. So India has been building that tech. We've been trying to build that infra itself. So that has taken some time, and I could say that's why we've been sort of lagging behind. Um, the other side is yes, getting extra any compute money to push that forward is the right direction, because this is the future. Like 32,000 GPUs are not enough for India. We have to move towards at least 1 lakh, 2 lakh GPUs if we want to compete with the future. Because it's not just the 12 foundational company that will be using it. You want GPUs to be available to every startup that wants to build anything in it. The cost that India has come up to, which is like 65 rupees for a GPU, that's really good, and that's one of the lowest in the world. If you want to sustain that, though, I think within 1 year we'd start to see the demand, wherein all the startups get the ability to actually play with these GPUs, and so we would not only need them for R&D, but actual deployments, actually be able to give access to the common people of Indian models, access to things and applications that we build within India itself. So that would be a huge struggle. But I think we've built the starting points, we built the infra. Now it's all about scaling. So I'm quite happy that 1,000 crores were added to it, but I would definitely want that the government pushes for it more, and then we target for a much bigger compute. Like if we are actually in the race with US and China, we have to put more, have to put our foot down on that, and that is the next step. Like we must put the compute.
Before I go on to Brahma AI, I needed to obviously ask you this from the point of view of the fact that this is a very big deal as far as the India AI Summit is concerned, right? Yeah. It is showcasing us on a global international platform as a country, right? Yes. We have been working very, very hard, tirelessly almost, to make sure that our advancements are making a huge impact, which I believe, do you feel, I agree, right? In terms of the kind of investments coming into the country, the world is very, very aware and inclined towards how the ecosystem is working, right? Having said that, this is what I want to ask you. How do you feel in terms of the sense of confidence that we might have with these huge conglomerates, the so-called world beaters, who are going to be coming down, sharing their insights and views as far as things are concerned? How do you feel about the models aspects? How do you feel about the development aspects in terms of where we stand? Do you feel that are we still very shy when we tend to have that conversation with, let's say, a Sundar Pichai, let's say a Jensen Huang, let's say a Bill Gates? Or do you feel that we are at least on the right path to have a conversation with them shoulder to shoulder? And is that going to be a part of the focus at the India AI Summit?
Yeah, I think the main aim has been that to showcase that we are on the same platform, to showcase that India is becoming, it's coming, it's right there. And I think again, like it's something which I would say in a nuanced aspect, which is on one side the directions have been right, the effort has been right, we have to be we can be very proud of the human resource that we have in India, the AI engineers in India, the capacity of India to actually build it has been great. And the efforts of the government, I would also appreciate very much. And I think that has been completely in the right direction. It does take time to build this infra, but I think it's about the next AI races that we have to focus on. And even if, AI for languages is something that started this whole thing, it will be about industrial AI, AI for science, and the next AI races that would come. So it's not that the AI race is done; it's just a starting point. Humans have just started playing with that AI field. So in the next 3-4 years, if we consistently put the efforts on it, and we have the HR, we have the government support for it. So I think it's all upon the entrepreneurs that are working on it to find novel ideas. Don't try to compete with things that have already been built, but build the things for the futures. So build deep tech, build industrial AI, build niche models where the local expertise knowledge is something that would differentiate you from US companies. So if they're going for big LLM models, that's not the only way. You build industrial AI that, like the German Mittelstand, that's where you put your focus on. If people need every machinery would be AI, you build those machinery. There will be materials being built. That's what we are focusing on. There are people who are working on AI healthcare. That's the areas to focus on, because you maybe they'll have the biggest language models. They'll maybe win on code, but we can win on AI for sciences, AI for healthcare. There are areas where local knowledge, expertise knowledge is required, and we have the HR for it, we have the brains for it, and now we have the infra for it. So I think we can confidently say to them that the AI engineers that you need are existing in India. The infra exists here. So I yesterday, read a tweet by Vinod Khosla, and he was like, India is the place to be, because world's 16% growth is given by India currently, and 26 by China. But you can't really go into China. It engineers you out of that way. So if you're an entrepreneur, India is the place to be. And AI is that leading force, I think, that would take India forward. And the government is, doing amazing with this. But I think it's all upon the entrepreneurs that we can start standing shoulder to shoulder to, as you said, to these large corporates, and say that, okay, you build the big models, but we have the human resource, we have the infra now, and we have the support. So it's all about ideas now and executing them. If we are able to execute them well, and are bold enough to go for deep tech areas, bold enough to go for niche areas, and find the expertise and implement them, I think we'd be there. We can be on shoulder to shoulder, or even surpass them in the future. Yeah.
Awesome. Honestly, awesome. I could genuinely feel the passion in your voice when you were talking about it. That sense of almost pride. But of course, you mentioned entrepreneurs a few times. I want to throw you an in-swinging Yorker bouncer. There's really nothing about startups, though.
Sorry?
There was nothing about startups in the budget, no announcements.
Yeah, I think so too. But I did see there was a growth fund, SME growth fund, which was around again, I think 10K, which focused on deep tech. That's something that I saw.
That was nice. That's the semiconductor mission, I believe, 2.0.
The semiconductor mission has got a lot of money.
40,000 crores now. Yeah.
Small medium enterprises growth fund. I think that's also an interesting area that's there. I think because the German Mittelstand that I always like to look at, which is sort of the 90% of the German economy, where they're supporting local family companies. They employ 60% of the German economy, but they're building deep tech stuff. They're building the machinery that the whole world imports. So if we are able to explore AI in that sector, if you're able to give GPUs and AI to those people with the who are building the SME sector, they have the expertise, knowledge of niche areas. They'll be able to build the next level of machinery that the world imports. So with the FTE with Europe and UK, like the next thing to go forward is towards building not just textile and jewelry we worked on, but the big differentiator comes from IP. The big differentiators comes from patent developments and machinery development. That's what we want to export. So picking the right things. If the SME sector starts to build AI in their systems and is able to take advantage in the correct manner, that's the next thing. Surely, yeah. Like I would say the startup, the word startup has been lagging, but I think the support on startup has been pretty good in the past few years. Yeah. Somewhere.
There. All right, of course, wishing you all of the best. Thank you so much for joining in and bringing in all of the confidence, the passion, and the sheer grit with which you spoke. Wishing you all of the best for the India AI Summit. Of course, Show the AI is going to be, I'm sure, a rock star of a presentation. And for right now, we're going to take a short little break on the budget special on the AIM network. But when we are back, we've got lots more coming your way.
Population of GCCs. $1.9 million people are gainfully employed in these global capability centers. $64.6 billion was generated in the fiscal year 2024. But the big target, that's 2030. 2,200 GCCs is what India wants to notch up to, employing more than 2.8 million people.
I wrote in my book that failures were in bold font for me and success was like default.
If you really want to control the narrative of life, you can do no wrong.
The people who focus on success and sort of brush away failure, like a Virat Kohli is a great example.
Is doing a great job in bringing the GCC ecosystem together.
So you're adding a lot of value to the GCC ecosystem.
Oh, I had to take a beat and sit down to make sense of this amazing roller coaster ride that we've had at MachineCon 2025. We will catch you again at the next MachineCon.
1,700 GCCs. Yes, that's the present footprint in India of the global population of GCCs. .9 million people are gainfully employed in these global capability centers. $64.6 billion was generated in the fiscal year 2024. But the big target, that's 2030. 2,200 GCCs is what India wants to notch up to, employing more than 2.8 million people.
I wrote in my book that failures were in bold font for me and success was like default.
If you really want to control the narrative of life, you can do no wrong.
The people who focus on success and sort of brush away failure, like a Virat Kohli is a great example.
MachineCon is doing a great job in bringing the GCC ecosystem together.
So you're adding a lot of value to the GCC ecosystem.
Oh, I had to take a beat and sit down to make sense of this amazing roller coaster ride that we've had at MachineCon 2025. We will catch you again at the next MachineCon.
1,700 GCCs. Yes, that's the present footprint in India of the global population of GCCs. .9 million people are gainfully employed.
Welcome back to the budget special on the AIM network. Of course, a lot of people seem to be not very happy with the budget, but we shall keep chugging along and giving you the insights, and we are joined again by an industry leader. But before we bring him in, I just would like to say this, that the government is definitely putting all software, which is IT services, KPO, and contract research and development into one bucket, which is called information technology services, with a very flat safe harbor margin of 15.5%. The big change is scale. Safe harbor now, of course, applies to 2,000 crore rupees in revenue, up from 300 crore rupees. Approvals will be automatic and valid for 5 straight years. This is where actually mid-sized IT firms benefit the most. Faster growth, lower tax risk, and far less paperwork. And of course, to add certainty, the APA process for IT services will now be fast-tracked to close within 2 years, making India more attractive for global tech and AI investment. Of course, this and a lot more is what we are going to be discussing, because today I'm joined by the partner and GCC industry leader, Deloitte South Asia, Mr. Lobo. Welcome to the show, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much, Sudhi, and thank you for having. I'm very pleased to be in part of this discussion.
Pleasure having you with us. So, of course, the first thing that I would like to ask you, sir, a lot of things were not mentioned in the budget, including GCCs. So, what do you have to say to that?
No, I think, so first of all, you said a lot of people are unhappy about the budget. I think this budget is very, very positive.
Okay.
And it's positive because it sets the foundations for a very strong Atmanirbhar Bharat, as we say, right? Because it's focused on manufacturing, it's focused on skilling, it's focused on education and creating university hubs, it's focusing on reforms on financial sector. And these are the things that really sets the stage for India being very strong and attracting any kind of global investment, whether that be in GCCs or IT services or manufacturing or any one of them. I think that from a industry specific standpoint, I think you hit it right. There is the safe harbor. India is one of the most litigated nations, or companies have a lot of litigations when it comes to transfer pricing. And the government's really brought that reform of having IT services being defined for knowledge processing companies, IT services, or ER&D centers all coming together from a safe harbor standpoint, which means that if there is a GCC that wants to set up a center in India, it can know that as long as it puts a 15.5% margin or higher, it's not going to affect or get into any litigation issues with the government. And that process, by the way, is not anymore discretionary, it is rule-based. And the speed with which you can get into APAs also has, for example, been, a good reform has been mentioned. But then there are a couple of other things.
Add a few numbers to what you're saying, sir, just to kind of elaborate on what you're saying for our viewers as well. As far as Mr. Lobo just mentioned, the safe harbor bit, which is that it has the eligibility has been increased, sir, from 300 crores to 2,000 crores. So the aspect which I'd want to ask you is, how will this benefit the ecosystem? Also the fact that software development, IT services, and research and development have all been clubbed together in one silo, which is within that safe harbor margin of 15.5%. So how do you see this benefit, let's say, the mid-size IT companies? Since we were talking about this, I just thought I'll bring some numbers to it.
That's correct. So see, even if you look globally, of all the GCCs that are getting established, it's the mid-sized GCCs that is, that are growing very rapidly. Sure. About 30% of GCCs established anywhere in the world is actually mid-sized GCCs. And if you look at the globe, also 60% of the GCCs are actually $10 billion of revenue or lower. And they want to come into the country for, getting access to talent at scale, but also for innovating for the future. How do they compete, the mid-sized companies? How do they compete with the big-sized companies? on the back of innovation. And to do innovation and combine that with all the services they do, India now offers a regime, a tax regime, where they don't have to worry about what the definition of the work they do, in terms of its implications on tax. So that's a very, very positive impact. Also, the companies that are currently in India, the GCCs that are currently in India, they may be subject to some APA regulations and things like that. We'll need to look into the fine print, but obviously they have an opportunity now to stop all problems with regard to the APAs and things like that, and just go back into the safe harbor arrangements. See, a company coming into India, for example, would be getting about 3 to 4x savings in terms of pure talent cost, just in terms of talent cost. Forget about the value it's rendering and all that, but just the talent cost. And if that talent cost, when a company is getting that kind of benefit, if they have certainty of tax, even if it is a slightly higher tax, if they have certainty, it makes it extremely attractive. So for a mid-sized company that doesn't know the regulations in India as much as perhaps the larger companies are already aware of, it makes it extremely attractive. And we are hoping that the 1,700, 1,800 GCCs could be about 5,000 GCCs by 2030, and driven by mid-sized GCCs, smaller sized GCCs. And this kind of certainty in tax regimes when it comes to transfer pricing, which is actually core, can encourage significantly these companies coming into India.
That's a big pat in the back. I agree with you fully. But the fact that, sir, there have been no incentives which have been, for example, announced for new setups. We, of course, know about the Beyond Bengaluru. We know about other such initiatives which are taking place across the states. So do you feel that, I mean, you just mentioned that, new numbers need to go up. They need to drive themselves up. By 2030, there is definitely a very positive intent of that happening. But do you feel that an announcement like this in terms of incentives for setting up might have just exacerbated that entire, race towards 2030?
See, the perspective that we are carrying is that, when a company comes to India, it should not necessarily only be for services. It should be that, let's say a company wants to reduce its finance operating cost and comes to India to set up a GCC for reducing its finance operating cost. It then should see India as a massive market in which it can sell its products, it can manufacture its products, it can get its supply chain, it can get its logistics, it can become a regional export center. And what the government's done very positively is that they've identified 7 manufacturing themes of sorts, right? So, for example, let's say there's a biopharma theme. What that will do is it will create density of companies across that. So you will have companies coming in for manufacturing, companies coming in to pick their supply chain, companies coming in for warehousing, and companies coming in for services. And that becomes a self-reinforcing engine for even services. So this company that may have looked at finance operations may go to a biopharma manufacturing cluster zone and get the resources that understand biopharma in finance, and then may pick those, the talent relevant for HR, and then talent relevant for engineering, research and development, because talent mobility from manufacturing to R&D to GCCs is what will encourage that collaborative ecosystem to function, right? So I think what the government's doing in terms of creating theme-based plug-and-play manufacturing hubs, for example, is very positive. What the government's doing from a university hub standpoint, and even simple things like, they've announced girls' hostels in every district, so that the girl children can actually study in the colleges.
Which I agree, sir. I mean, that definitely is a great initiative, for sure, yes.
And then that becomes talent, right? It's a captive talent base for the GCCs to come. Another incentive, something that I read in the fine print, is that the government said that the FEMA regulations for non-debt instruments is going to be rehashed or going to be thought through a little bit in detail, which means bringing capital should become a little more easy. For expats coming into India, experts who are from nations other than India coming into India, there's a tax break of 5 years, which will encourage designers and product-based companies coming over here. There are a couple of other things. What I found very interesting is that GCCs are moving up the value chain. So beyond services into
Yes.
research and development. And the future belongs to companies that design new products, right? So, apply technology and software into products. So what the government's done in the budget over here on the customs side to create warehouses where, in a bonded warehouse to get equipment on 2% safe harbor rules, or in terms of toll manufacturing, the benefits that may come out there. These are all designed for ER&D centers to have easy access to toll manufacturers, test their products out, and then kind of build out the engineering research and development activities, but also the India market access stories in detail. So I think there are a number of incentives also in the fine print that encourage a company to consider India as not just the center where they can provide services.
Not just as a back office anymore, but more
Yeah.
on the lines of a capability center, I believe, right?
Yeah.
What do you feel about this, sir, regarding the fact that if IT services which have transitioned to cloud services, how do you think it will impact the entire ecosystem?
So very positive, very positive. See, what happens is what the regulation or the proposed amendments and all talk about is that if there is a foreign company and it's rendering services using a data center out of India, then it doesn't need to worry about potential tax liabilities arising out of India. Now, that's a very powerful statement, which means that if there's a company in the US and and data center services is in India, then you don't have a potential risk of a PE establishment. Obviously, there is fine print here because it needs to be pre-approved, and if there is an India entity, then it needs to go through an India reseller. So there is a bit of fine print, but what it signals to a corporation out of India is that come and set up a data center and you have some bit of tax certainty. You don't have to worry about global income being taxed in India and things like that, as long as you follow the rules and there are some pre-approvals required. But it signals a very strong and it's also, by the way, 22 years up to Viksit Bharat 47, right?
Yeah.
So which means that there is, these investments play out over a very long period of time, with India having a little bit of an advantage in certain states about power surplus. If data centers come over there, you could have your GCCs being very close to those data centers and running AI workloads and things like that that are quite intensive in a big way in this. So the build out of data centers, the connectivity that enables these build out of data centers, the allied sectors, as well as the IT services, for example, the outsourcing services or deep R&D services where you're doing a lot of product design, needs high speed connectivity, which is very close to the data centers that power some of these simulations and things like that. So that's going to be extremely positive in terms of the whole market, as well as the fillip that will provide for tech services, as well as the GCC services running out of India.
Tell me this, Mr. Lobo. I mean, finally, there was, as you mentioned right now, which I thought was, to be honest, a very positive thing that you mentioned, that, the country is inviting new investments. There is a huge thrust on that, we need to give you a safe, happy, good environment. So why not come and explore it as best as you can? Do you feel that there was, of course, a lot of mention of ease of doing business as far as the country is concerned? Do you think that will double up or encourage even further companies from abroad coming in and making those huge investments over that period of 22 years? Do you think that might have also been just somewhere woven in to that announcement?
It is. I think, over the last 5 or 6 years and maybe even 8, 9, 10 years, the pace of reform is expanding significantly. So, even the safe harbor regulations, before that, APA related regulations, the government's done a lot of work around simplifying and making it easy for businesses to come in. The path, I see a departure in thought process, with an acceleration in thought process, which is to say that I'm not only going to focus on one sector, rather I would create the enabling environment for multiple sectors, because the convergence of sectors is the future. the future in AI is not in AI companies alone. The future in AI is going to be AI in manufacturing. So what the government's doing is it's looking at this convergence and the reforming based on some themes for for growth in over the next 15, 20, 22 years, and that is being woven into both the budget announcements as well as the specific policy narratives, but also in terms of the specifics, and that's very positive. I see that acceleration happening. The nation is subject to a lot of macroeconomic uncertainty and even technology uncertainty. So it will need to evolve its policy narrative quickly. And I see very, very positive signs in the current budget in terms of, see, you must not, the fiscal discipline is a very, very important aspect, because if you do not have fiscal discipline, then the borrowing costs go up, and then all sectors will have an impact. So there are a number of slightly wider ranging policy narratives and stories that are coming out of this budget that I see as a very, very positive sign. It'll still need execution. So for example, the capex investments have increased. That will require execution, and when that executes, then the demand for various capabilities, various talent skills, that will increase, and potentially, it will create talent mobility from various sectors into the GCCs, or even from the GCCs into core sectors that are growing. And that mobility, cross mobility, it's not only a one-way mobility, but the cross mobility will increase or enhance the capability significantly, which will lead to us having a pole position with regard to capability, not just in terms of cost on the global arena.
I liked how you actually just expanded on the GCC bit by saying capability. Well done. Finally, sir, your takeaway as far as the budget is concerned, are you happy? Are you excited? Are you circumspect? Are you motivated to go leaps and bounds?
I'm very hopeful. I think this has never been. This is a moment that comes once in a lifetime. I'm very privileged to be a part of this. Just imagine, right? We have about 2,000 odd GCCs, 1,900 odd GCCs.
Oh, sure.
What happened in 20 years in terms of the number of GCCs that came is potentially going to happen in the next 5 years. What will be required is, at the end of the day, every single person re-emphasizing on talent, on emphasizing on value, right? Articulating value, demonstrating value, innovating. And that requirement or that push from the people by themselves will drive government policy, will drive government execution. And we are seeing that. The younger generation is demanding that they have access to connectivity, they have access to opportunity, they have access to AI. And the government's responding to that. So the pace of change that I see in terms of government is very positive. And I think I'm very, very hopeful that this sector is going to grow. And by the way, this is not the only sector that will grow, because GCCs, as I say, if there's a company, mid-sized company in Europe or America who wants to come to India, it needs to recognize that India has 1.4 billion people, which means a captive
and
consumer.
Growing, by the way, sir.
Huh?
And growing, 1.4
and
billion.
and growing, yes.
We're good at that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned, very, very positive, Rohan Lobo, who of course is the partner in GCC India as far as South Asia is concerned for Deloitte. Wonderful insights that he gave. He seems to be very hopeful as far as the sector is concerned. And it seems that these kind of announcements which were made will definitely have a huge impact, which I think something that stuck out for me was the fact that these are long-term investments. These are things which are going to be taking place over the next 22 years. 2047 is what the target has been given time and again by the finance minister for us to have actual fruition of all of these investments which are being put through. But of course, I'd just like to say this, that all of the guests who've come in as far as our budget special is concerned today have been very, very clear with their thoughts. They've been very, very aspirational. Some of them seem to be very honest about the fact that there are some gray areas which need to be established, which are still not clear. And the deep tech ecosystem, definitely, I believe everyone agreed with me, that definitely needs a huge shot in the arm. I believe with the Semiconductor Mission 2.0 being put into place, and with it being given an increase in terms of funding, and the corpus of now being 40,000 crore rupees, I feel is very encouraging. But I do, of course, will hark back to my conversation with Prabhu earlier, where he had mentioned that there is still no clarity in terms of how will that be utilized, which I feel was a very incisive point. And if we are talking about sovereignty, then that means there has to be a clear-cut mandate put into place in terms of how is it that the manufacturing of components will take place. How is it that a lot of the companies and the reliance on global chip makers, or for that matter global industries, how can we reduce that? If we are definitely pushing ourselves to get into that space, I personally feel that we are taking the right steps. We just need a certain amount of clarity. Although there was not too much that was spoken about by the finance minister on AI as such. Yes, there has been a huge push which was given as far as the education infrastructure is concerned, as far as the hostels for the girls is concerned in every district. For me, that was a very big one. I feel that is a great initiative which the government has taken, which helps in the STEM education aspect. And all of those aspects, there are of course a lot more which I would like to obviously bring to your attention. And this is what I have to say. So while the budget laid focus on IT infrastructure, cloud ecosystems as I mentioned, and data centers, it utterly failed the startup and AI ecosystem as a whole, as I was just talking about. There was, of course, absolutely no mention of funds for startups, GCCs, quantum, robotics, and space tech. And of course, the compute challenge, which remains key for the AI segment. Everyone is talking about that. That is in the middle of... I believe that, yes, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has commented right now. He, as always, is somebody who's not very happy with the budget. A lot of people, of course, have also mentioned this, as my producer was telling me earlier, that what was the point of the announcement? We could have just emailed it. Of course, this is what he has to say, and I'll read it out to you. Youth without jobs, failing manufacturing, investors pulling out capital, household settings plummeting, farmers well in distress, looking at global shocks. All, I believe, has been ignored. And finally, his clarion call, which is that a budget which completely does not believe in course correction. Interesting points made by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Of course, now coming back to what we feel on the front page take, I believe my producer was telling me earlier as well that it's a mixed feeling right now as far as the ecosystem goes. A lot of people feel that there was no point in even making the announcements. We could have just emailed it, which I thought was quite funny. Anyway, in fact, at least a year we have seen fund allocation for space tech and the Indian AI mission. This year, of course, we see mute silences on many aspects, except for the mining of rare earth minerals in states that are going for elections. Why do I feel that Prabhu had something to do with that last statement? Anyway, talking of elections, opposition leaders from states that are going for elections are unhappy as well. West Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Kerala in particular. From Rahul Gandhi, who I just mentioned, who I just told you about, to Shashi Tharoor and Kanimuzi. Of course, we now have Mr. Shashi Tharoor weighing in and telling us what he has to say. I would, of course, like to say what Mamata Banerjee also has criticized the budget, saying it lays no foundation for farmers, middle class and women in particular. That said, the BJP members are cheering, saying that the budget, which has laid the foundation for 2047, Viksit Bharat. I believe things need to be addressed now. 22 years is a long runway. Of course, they fail to realize that the budget is presented for the next fiscal. Political reactions, like I just mentioned. Rahul Gandhi, of course, the youth without jobs, he just talked about failing manufacturing, He's spoken about everything, and the fact that most importantly I believe he made as a call was the fact that this budget does not believe in a course correction, which I guess he's talking about somebody being adamant about their ways and not listening to the ecosystem. Congress MP from Thiruvananthapuram, Mr. Shashi Tharoor, says he was surprised his state Kerala was not even mentioned enough in the finance minister's budget speech. Samajwadi Party leader and opposition leader Akhilesh Yadav, of course I saw him for a brief moment on screen while the budget was being announced, because by the way that also was something which was an observation of mine, that a lot of the camera movements was not towards the opposition. There was not enough footage which was given to them. Anyway, having said that, that is my personal observation. Even as inflation rises uncontrollably, we are not granting tax relief to the public in this budget. Yes, which is nothing but tax exploitation. The middle class feels utterly cheated. The farmer, the laborer, the worker, the trader, small shopkeeper can't even find the relief which is meant for them with a telescope in hand. Wow. Yeah, but you never know. 2047 is not too far off. A disappointing, deplorable budget is what we feel. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. This budget is directionless, visionless, actionless, and anti-people. It is also anti-women, anti-farmer. Well, having said that, this is what I have to say as far as my thoughts on this budget are concerned. From purely a lens of the AI ecosystem is concerned, from the startup ecosystem, oh, did I say the word startup? Well, at least I did. The budget did not address that. Deep tech, of course, has had a significant increase. Semiconductor Mission 2.0 is an encouragement. The GCC ecosystem seems to be thrilled. But I still feel that there are gaps which, if I feel we can read the fine print, we might have more clarity on as we go forward. Definitely the fact that AI is impacting our lives and it will continue to do so. I feel the government is trying to back it up with a lot of funds and money. I feel it is just lacking the sense of clarity that we all need in terms of putting all of this into some sort of method. Because I believe it is that time now. We are looking at sovereignty. We are looking at control of our own data. We are looking, of course, at investments. But more importantly, I think it is about looking at Atmanirbhar Bharat when it comes down to the AI ecosystem, when it comes down to technology, when it comes down to GCCs, when it comes down to startups, comes down to deep tech, where it requires a huge push. But of course, these are our thoughts. I would love for you to please comment with yours and tell us how this budget has made you feel. Are you hopeful? Are you excited? And are we still going to be having this conversation in the year 2047? That is, if all the medication I'm taking is going to help me to survive till then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Front Page, the budget special. And all I have to say, as always, like, share, subscribe, and always remember, think AI, think AIM.